We have a quorum. May we have the roll call, please, Gail?
Mayor Sticks?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Haney?
Excuse me. I'm here.
Thank you. Councilmember Blatz?
Here.
Councilmember Francina?
I'm happy to be here.
Councilmember Rywick?
Yeah, me too. Hi. Present.
And welcome, everyone, to the September 27th, 2022 meeting of the Ojai City Council. Mayor Pro Tem, will you please say the pledge?
I sure will.
Thank you.
Please rise.
Try to make sure.
Right hand over your heart. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Randy. And let's move on to approval of the agenda. And I want to make a request. Could we please move up item number 5, which is, or I'm sorry, 6, the resolution supporting universal health care, to after number 2, which is the Arts Commission report. Would that be all right with everyone so that we can?
I'm not sure that I am, because that's, the priority is, I think, number 3 to
Yes.
discuss.
No, I agree. We just have several speakers here, and so just out of.
So we will hear the speakers, but not
kind-
necessarily deliberate and debate?
Well, I think it's going to be I think we would have time, because I think they're
I just don't want to take up time on 3, which is a priority for a deliberation.
Right.
And, so I'm not sure I'm,
I'm fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
Susan's fine?
Assuming that the speakers won't be too long.
No, I don't, no.
So what you're asking for is you have a presentation on item 6. You'd like to move it.
Yes, after item number 2.
but you're
Right,
going to have
you're gonna move it up
deliberation
after
and
number
debate as
2.
well, though.
So it'll go 2, 6, and
How
then
many speaker
3.
cards do we have for item 3?
We have 3.
And how many Zoom are on Zoom do we have for item 3?
I can ask them to raise their hands if you'd like, but I don't,
They might not even be here yet.
Yeah.
All right.
yet. We
Okay.
have 9 people in the Zoom queue.
For the
but I
entire
don't know
meeting?
what-
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have a problem
Okay.
to move that.
Okay.
If we only have a few speaker cards.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
I'm a minority.
Okay, so approval of the agenda, a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve, except for the change in item
Okay.
number
Okay.
6.
And I will second that. So roll call, please, Gail? Or actually, we're all here, so we can just say yea or nay. Yep, everyone agree? Okay,
Oh,
wonderful.
well, actually, I'm a no, but that's all
Okay.
right. Doesn't matter.
Okay. We'll move on to presentation tonight. We're lucky enough to have County Supervisor Matt Levere. Thank you so much, Matt. It's a presentation by Matt regarding Community Emergency Response Teams, or CERT training, in the city of Ojai and the Ojai Valley. So thank you so much. What a great program, and we're
Yes.
grateful that you're here.
Well, thank you, and Mayor Sticks, council members, Mr. Vega, great to see you all, and thank you for having me for a few minutes tonight. You know, in this day and age of politics, it's really hard to find issues which we all agree on, and I think the emphasis and the preparation of natural disasters and how we as a community respond, how we respond to these situations, is one issue that we all agree on. It's something we need to focus on and prioritize. And so that's why I'm excited to be here tonight. You know, in Ventura County, over the last 10 years, residents had to deal with fires, mudslides, floods, earthquakes, and you know, the Thomas Fire was a painful reminder for all of us about the importance of emergency preparedness. And I want to start by commending the city and this council for all of the extensive efforts you have undertaken to really prioritize emergency preparedness. I think your community meetings have been exceptional. You have a great fire safe council doing amazing work. And I think when you look at communities, Ojai is really ahead of the course when it comes to emergency preparedness. And so I thank you and congratulate you for that. And that's really the reason I'm here tonight, is to really kind of join in the efforts which you have already undertaken. And I'm excited to announce that there's going to be a new round of CERT classes starting in about 3 weeks. CERT is Community Emergency Response Team. It is basically a series of disaster preparedness classes. It's put on both by my office and the county fire department. The classes are actually taught by county firefighters, and it's a great way for the community to really get involved in helping themselves and helping their neighbors. I want to share just briefly kind of what the classes focus on, and it's really emphasizes hazards in our community that are going to impact this community. And what it does, it trains them in basic disaster response skills, fire safety, light search and rescue, team and neighborhood organization, and disaster medical operations. And what you're really trying to do is build better prepared individuals and really better organized and prepared neighborhoods. And so the goal is to really get people in the same neighborhood to take these classes together and to start building that web of preparedness. So classes are starting October 12th. It is a Wednesday night. It's 5 consecutive Wednesdays, so through November 16th. The classes are from 6:30 to 9, so 24 hours total. They take place at the Oakview Park and Resource Center there on Maloney Street in Oakview. And how it works is we need 20 people to start the class, and we've got a good list started, but we're really trying to bring awareness to the community for those in the room, those watching. Please consider signing up. We want to get a full class. To date, over the last 15 years, over 1,200 residents in the Valley have engaged in this training, which just goes to show Ojai takes this seriously, and you have a lot of residents here who are well prepared. And so if you need more information, if you need help registering, you can register at www.vcfd, Ventura County Fire Department, .org/CERT, CERT. Please feel free to call my office, email me. Happy to help people if they have more questions, if they need help registering. Just really trying to get the word out. And I would appreciate all of your support. I know it's something you all care about, and if we can just get the word out in this community that another CERT class is starting, and we're trying to get people involved. And so thank you so much for the time tonight, and it's always great to be in front of you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you so much, Matt.
Thank you.
And I left information with Madam Clerk on how to sign up and more fact sheets. So again, thank you. Oh, right there? Oh, there. Thank you, Chief.
Much appreciated, Matt.
Supervisor,
Thank you.
I have a question for you.
Of course.
I'm sorry, he was
No,
walking
go
away,
ahead,
so
go ahead.
I'm supposed to go through the chair. It came up in our discussion of the Disaster Council, again, thank you very much for being here and doing this, about the importance of something you touched on in your presentation, and that's preparing neighborhoods, which also implies trying to organize by neighborhoods. And I'm wondering if, of the people that, a minimum of 20, hopefully we're going to have 120 or more, we get that neighborhood information, would it be your office that would help organize maybe how to deploy by a neighborhood-centric approach, rather than just having a list of people, or, trying to basically make that a next step?
Yeah, it'd probably be a conjunction of the fire department, the sheriff's office. My office would help. We get all the data from who participates this, who graduates, where our neighborhood volunteer CERT volunteers are. And so, yeah, I think that's something that we could put out, hopefully, and so neighbors know kind of who in their neighborhood has gone through this training. And the goal, as I said, is to really get multiple people involved. And so you get these neighborhood kind of strike forces.
That's why I think the next step, and maybe trying to have neighborhood CERT meetings, as a next step after the training.
Yeah,
based on the location information from
That's a great idea. If there's a group of neighbors that want to get together, and maybe multiple neighbors, this resource is always available. I know my office, Brian Brennan, who many of you know, Brian's here. Brian's been running this program for many years out of the District 1 office with Supervisor Bennett before me, and this office too. And so if there's ever groups that want to get together, please call us. We would be happy to organize another class. I figure the more people that do it, the better, right?
And I would hope in the city of Ojai that the city could provide facilities if people want to have neighborhood meetings, for inside the city, or maybe even inside the sphere of influence. Anyway, I just think it'd be a good way to implement.
Yeah, great.
Even better.
Yeah, great idea. Hey, while I have the pulpit, I just want to say one more thing. I know you have an item on Soul Park tonight. I just want to really thank City Manager Vega, Luis Gomez. I don't know if Luis is here, but Luis Gomez, your Parks Manager, Council Members Wyrick, Haney. It's taken some time, but there was a very fruitful time we all spent together, and I'm really glad that we got it to the point where we got this partnership set, and I really hope it moves forward. So thank you for all of your efforts in that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you for advocating for that.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you so much, Matt. All right, we will move on to commission reports. Any reports, James?
Do we have any commissioner reports, Gail?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will move on to public communication, and just a reminder to everyone, these are items not on the agenda, and because they're not on the agenda, we cannot discuss them, and that's because of the Ralph M. Brown Act. Items have to be agendized 72 hours in advance. When you make a comment, we're not ignoring you. We appreciate your viewpoint and participation, and we can agendize items for the future. And we'll be using a gentle chime. When your time is up, please respect that and respect each other's time. And there is no giving away time to speakers. So we'll begin with Jill Nolan, and then Brian Akins, and then Robin Gerber.
Hello, I'm back. It's Jill Dolan. Must get my name right. I'm with the Ojai Art Center Theater. I'm back, and we're opening a new show this Friday. And actually, it would have been better if we had opened this last weekend so that everybody here and everybody listening could come and see this play before you engage in what might be a contentious discussion later on, maybe. Because this is a play called Walter Cronkite is Dead. It's very awkward for me to stand here and say this because I'm also in this play, but it is a play about two women from, let's say, opposite sides of the culture wars who are trapped together in an airport, and they either have to talk to each other or sit in stony silence. So there are some fireworks, but eventually we realize that talking, listening is a famous part of the story, we can really discover our similarities and find common ground. So anyway, we're opening on Friday. I would have some cards. I'd love if anybody has any place to hang this in a store window, that would be great. 7:30 on Friday and Saturday nights, and 2 o'clock on Sunday. We're running for 3 weekends, and it really is a play of our time. So Walter Cronkite is Dead this Friday. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Next, we have Brian Akins, then Robin Gerber, and then Leslie Rule.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, hello, Council. I am, as many people may know, I'm the chair of the City of Ojai's Historic Preservation Commission. This heat has dried out my throat. I'm here as an advocate of the City of Ojai. The light's not on. An advocate of the City of Ojai Local Downtown Historic District. However, I'm not here representing the full HPC. We've been unable to get together a special meeting in order to get a consensus from the HPC, but I am here representing the ad hoc committee, which is made up of Commissioner McCatton, historian Craig Walker, and myself, and we've been working on this project for many years. First of all, I want to thank you for the time that you did give me in the meeting 2 weeks ago, allowing me to stand here and interact with you, to ask questions, to answer your questions, and to have a discussion. I think it may have helped that there were only 3 people, me and 2 others, that were left at that time frame. But again, I thank you for that time that you gave me. The reason I'm here tonight is in that meeting, you voted on a November 8th deadline for a vote on the Downtown Historic District. Community Development Director Lucas Seibert put out the documents on the Friday following that. I am here tonight to, here's the situation. We had our HPC meeting just the Thursday right before that. We're not going to have another HPC meeting until October 13th. The deadline is November 8th. I think that's 26 days afterwards. So that's not going to give us a whole lot of time. We're trying to do, we as an ad hoc committee meeting have been working since the night 2 weeks ago, because the 3 of us can do that. However, as I said, I'm here representing the ad hoc committee, not the HPC. And so I'm here to ask the council to consider putting on the, you figured it out, we figured it out, there's no meetings of the council in the month of November, none at all. There are 2 meetings in October. So what I'm asking, and I'm going to go under 3 minutes, what I'm asking is that the council consider putting on the agenda for the first meeting in October the consideration of moving the November voting deadline from November 8th to December 1st. By having it December 1st, that still gives time in order for it to, the results to be discussed in the December 13th meeting. Again, that gives us, I think, 26 extra days for our commission, not only to address what we're doing going forward, for us to get a consensus from the ad hoc committee to the full commission, but also gives us that little bit of extra time. And we're trying to use everything we can. There we go. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Brian.
Brian, a question.
Technically, you're not supposed to ask
Well, just
people
about
questions during,
The date.
sure,
I could
okay.
ask him that now.
Yeah.
Would
Brief
November
question's fine.
5th If we had, there's a possibility
that we might have a special meeting November 15th. I don't know, we don't know yet, but would that give you enough time?
Well, that would give us a week more, so I'll take anything I can. So,
Okay.
okay, thank you.
I think, I want to make sure I understand too. I think the request, it's not for a special council meeting, it's for council to change the voting deadline.
Right.
The voting did,
Right.
but did he say December 1st?
So the request, we set election day as the voting deadline for the historic
Oh,
districts.
yes.
The request
yes.
is to change that to December 1st.
December 1st.
That's the request.
The first meeting in December.
Got it, thank you. Thank you.
Y- Yeah, my request is to get it on the agenda.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, next we have Robin Gerber, then Leslie Rule, and then Claire Grasty, I think.
Hi, I'm Robin Gerber. My printer broke. Yikes. Thank goodness for this open public forum, part of our cherished democratic process, and for the Brown Act, which encourages transparency between the public and our elected officials. Last week, the mayor chose to explain her vote opposing money for the Ojai Family Shelter through social media in a video. I responded with a comment to that video, and here it is. Can Mayor Sticks do another video explaining why, at the same meeting where she was the sole vote against the family shelter, she was also the sole vote against funding the Fire Safe Council, the Girls Empowerment Program, and Ohio Ed? In my humble opinion, good governance should not be used as an excuse for making tough decisions. In this case, good governance was what the rest of the council did, in considering that, for instance, the family shelter is pretty busy, serving the needy without much time or staff to find and file for grants. This comment on social media was removed from the mayor's Facebook page, along with Councilwoman Francina's comment supporting my question. I was also blocked from the mayor's Facebook page, and I'm still waiting for an answer to my question. I hope all council members, now and in the future, will choose to engage and not block or cancel honest critique or questions. And rather than one-way posts on social media, I hope this council will use these meetings to explain your positions. This is the forum that's on the record and open to all. Many of your constituents don't use social media, and we all know how subject it is to manipulation. The best public square is in this room. We look to you to fully air your positions right here. Come prepared. Engage with your colleagues. Listen to the public. And through this open process, come to the best solutions for Ojai. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Next, we have Leslie Rule, and then Claire Grasty, and then Wayne Maynard.
Good evening. Thank you, council members, Mayor Sticks. I'm here to remind folks about tomorrow's candidates forum at Oak Grove School at 5:30. I also wanted to briefly introduce myself, as I will be there as a candidate. I am running for City Council for District 1. I am for a livable Ojai. And what that means to me on the grandest scale is a community that cherishes and protects its people and its place, including the flora, the fauna, and the land. And in turn, that ecosystem nourishes the community. It's a relationship based on trust, respect, and reciprocity. There are two main issues that I want you to know I will work on unceasingly. The first is the continuation of water sustainability. I intend to work diligently to ensure that Ojai has the water that it needs going into the future. Needless to say, we need to address our future with climate change now. The second is affordable housing. A livable Ojai, my livable Ojai, provides affordable housing for people who serve the community. Our city workers, nurses, teachers, first responders, service workers, they should be able to find affordable housing and live here if they so choose. It is an untold benefit to the community to have those who serve the community live in the community. So thank you very much. And once again, I hope to see you at the Candidates Forum tomorrow, 5:30, Oak Grove School, where I will share more of my intentions, as will all of those running. And thank you very much. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you tomorrow. Good night.
Thank you, Leslie. Next, we have Claire Grasty, and then Wayne Maynard, and then Valerie Freeman.
Good evening. My name is Claire Grasty. I'm the Director of Public Transportation for the Ventura County Transportation Commission. I just wanted to promote our Youth Ride Free program that allows anyone 18 and younger and those older than 18 enrolled in high school to allow, and they can now ride any public transit bus for free, anywhere, anytime in Ventura County. Thank you so much for having the flyer. Of course, I forgot that I have sent to the clerk, though. So just really wanted to promote that. Any operator, the Ojai Trolley, Gold Coast Transit, you could take it to get to Santa Barbara and VCTC. So really just wanted to just promote it. Hopefully this give youth a good opportunity to get introduced to transit. So feel free to take your kids out there and get them engaged and feel comfortable on the bus. So thank you very much. And I'll also just note that now the College Ride program, a separate program, allows those attending UCSB and Santa Barbara City College to ride the bus for free for those schools as well. So I just really want to get the word out. So thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Could I ask Claire a quick question, please?
Quick question?
Claire, could you, and by the way, I've really enjoyed serving on the VCTC.
Great.
And showing your work, seeing your work and everything. Do you have the latest on how ridership has been recovering, even before this, in terms of post-COVID?
Some better than others. Gold Coast doing quite a bit better there. I think anything that has to do with like more commuters doing a little bit worse. So like Metrolink not quite as good, but the Valley Express and Piru and the Piru route in particular, but Service and Fillmore has been doing well. So kind of getting there, but I think this program will
Hope
know.
this helps, yeah.
Yeah, after this month, I think we'll really know, but I've heard Gold Coast, they've just had a huge increase in passengers. So I really hope this makes a difference and, just gets people used to the bus. And, it's been hopefully a great program for everyone. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Claire. Next, we have Wayne Maynard, then Valerie Freeman, then Anson Williams.
Good evening. My name is Wayne Maynard. I'm a resident in town, and I'm here tonight to express my concern over the action taken last night at the Building Appeals Board, or maybe more appropriately, their inaction. They were charged last night to review the city's adopted ordinance for the new building code, which needs to be completed by January 1st. Actually, the ordinance needs to be done probably by November 30th because it has to be around for 30 days. They decided they needed additional time to review the documents, and my biggest concern is that probably 80% of what they were reviewing is already in the city municipal code. There's just a few provisions with regards to structural hardening that are the new requirements that they're proposing, or that the city staff has, I guess, developed. So if we don't follow the timeframes, what's going to happen is we're going to have a lapse in our building code. And what does that mean? That means that during the period following January 1st, when we don't have a city building code and we have to enforce the minimum standards of the state, we will lose a lot of ground that we picked up on over the years, such as requiring Class A roofs, also requiring modifications to homes in the wildland interface to harden, not just new structures, what the building standards code requires. And then the Class A roof covering, we also lose that. So I think it's important, and I encourage the city later in your meeting when you have an opportunity to set your future agendas, is to direct staff to put the proposed ordinance developed by the city on the agenda so that it's adopted, so that the building code does not lapse and that we have an ordinance in effect on January 1st. I think that you could probably direct staff, and it probably wouldn't be too hard for them to present it in such a manner that it's all of the current amendments carried forward, and then as an option, the new requirements that were developed, so that you could discuss that separately and decide to include it or not. But at least we'll get a building code in effect on January 1st, so we have a concurrent building code, and we're not giving up on fire safety standards that we've developed over the years. Thank you.
Mayor?
Thank you, Wayne.
Wayne, I want to make sure the public understands, and you correct me if I'm misunderstanding. My understanding is the state building code automatically goes into effect January 1st, period.
The state building code goes into effect January 1st, which means the previous state building code and any ordinances adopted by jurisdictions adopting the previous code are no longer enforceable.
Right, but it doesn't lapse. It's just that the above and beyond state building code with anything that we haven't already incorporated in our code locally would not be in effect.
Correct. What lapses are the amendments that we've worked for many years now
Right.
to try to build the fire safety in our community with
Amendments
Class
to
A
the
roofs and all
previous,
that.
right.
Those go away until the city adopts their new code.
Yeah. I just didn't want anyone to have the impression that we were lapsing the core state
Okay.
building code.
If I made that impression, that's not my intent.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Next, we have Valerie Freeman and then Renee Roth.
I am Valerie Freeman, Ojai resident and newly appointed Arts Commissioner and assigned to Literary Arts. Ojai Coup for Peace. Ojai Peace Poem Competition. It's time to write and do your submission now to win Peace Haiku. Launching on, I should have put my glasses on before I came up here. Launching on Ojai Valley Peace Day, September 18th. Ojai Coup represents the beginning of a new series in the literary arts supported and promoted by the Ojai Arts Commission, where the entire Ojai community is invited to participate. The haiku-themed competition begins in our very own International City of Peace, with the inspirational public art Peace in Man's Hand, which is here, and by Ojai artist Ted Gall. It's located in the back courtyard of the Ojai Art Center, and the sculpture crowns the top of a 6-foot-tall peace pole. So the piece is about this big, but it's this high up. If you go back and you're looking for a giant hand, it's that big. What does peace mean to you? Submit your original Haiku entry by October 31st, either by email or mail. Haiku is a Japanese poem of 17 syllables in 3 lines, 5 syllables, 7 syllables, and 5 syllables, traditionally evoking images of the natural world. Please include your name and contact info on your entries. Being anonymous is welcome too. The winner receives the Fall for Peace Haiku $50 prize. And also, the Ojai Creates is also a sponsor. They donated 2 prizes also, so that was fun and great. The competition is for all ages and be inspired by the public art sculpture by Ted Gall. Write your haiku in the haiku format. And by submitting a poem to our contest, you accept that your poem may appear online and in print. Submit your original Haiku entry by October 31st, and the email is ohaiku4peace@gmail.com, or mail it to City Hall here at attention Haiku. The judges are high school students because I feel that they are creating the vision for the future for peace. And on another note, Ojai Studio Artist Tour is coming up. It's October 8th through the 10th.
Thank you, Valerie.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Renee Roth.
Good evening, members of the City Council, Mayor Sticks, the staff for the city. I am here to just announce that I recently had the pleasure of attending what was called the Localizing California Waters event that was at the Ojai Valley Inn last week. We've got members of the audience who were there, Bill Wyrick, Ray Powers, other members of the community were there. And that was an event where Regina Hirsch and others were able to document ways that we can increase our water supplies and increase the flow of rivers or waters that are going into the Ventura River watershed. 25 projects came out of a $2+ million grant where they identified 25 areas in the watershed for enhancement of our water supplies. I believe this is really significant. This is really important. A set of tools, it's called the toolkit, were the result of that grant project. And I would encourage the city and the Building Appeals Board and the Planning Commission to all get on board and have Regina Hirsch and Asia of her staff talk about how we can adopt those into the city code. These are going to be significant for residential water users to help benefit their landscapes. Right now, I've been door knocking because I'm running for Ojai City Council. I see everybody's landscape is dry to the bone. I mean, it is really amazing how much water people are saving in our community, and especially landscape water use, where most of our water goes. But I think we can do things to help recharge, to help reuse, and to help cycle water into our landscapes. We don't have to talk about how we don't have water. We do get water every year. We don't know how much, but that is our water supply. And get used to it. Get used to figuring out how we can use it and how we can benefit from that water use in our landscapes. Thank you. Here's some of the rainwater harvesting, and I think Sousa has some. Others may want to just grab one and take a copy. It's also on my website, reneeroth.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee.
May I just say something?
Well, actually, you're not allowed to comment on public comment. Any comments online, Gail?
What cards?
Okay, we have two more. Pamela Grau, or just one more. Pamela Grau.
Hi, everyone. Pamela Grau. I'm an art commissioner here in town. And many of you are aware of the Ojai Studio Artist. This is our 39th year. How many of you on council have actually been on the tour? Great.
It was a long time ago.
Well, we have over 70 artists this year on the tour. And for 3 days, our studios will be open. It's free to the public. In the past, we have charged $40, $50 a ticket. This year it's free. Usually the money goes to scholarships for the students, but I just want to make everyone aware and invite you all to come because we are an art community and it's important that you guys know. So, I don't know. Do I come here? Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Any comments online, Gail?
If there's anyone in the Zoom queue who would like to speak during public communications, please use the raise hand function now.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. All right, we will move on to the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve the consent
Second.
calendar.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Aye, opposed? Nope. Okay, great. All right, thank you. We will move on to discussion item number 2, the Arts Commission Strategic Planning Consultant. James, our staff report?
Very brief,
Okay.
thank you. Just to introduce, this item was on the agenda last meeting. At that time, we had put it on consent, and so we hadn't invited anybody from the Arts Commission to speak. And so the council had some questions, and so we've relayed those to the Arts Commission, and they have designated, I believe it's going to be Christine Steiner from the Arts Commission to speak. So I'm just introducing Christine Steiner to speak to
Thank
the
you.
request. Thank
And
you.
here I am. Thank you. Mayor Sticks and members of the council. I'll be brief. So as James explained, you had asked the Arts Commission to appear before you to further describe this request. The Arts Commission provided a memo, which is in your agenda materials. It describes the background, the process, and the need for a selected facilitator to lead the process for the development of the long overdue 5-year plan. I'll make just 3 points, and I welcome your questions. The first point, this process has been more than a year in the making. It was initiated by the former commission and continued with the present commission. Indeed, the last 5-year plan, which was in 2014, was guided by a facilitator. The second point, this is not a request for new funds, it's a request to reallocate funds within the existing budget. And I remind the council that this commission is hardly a spendthrift. In fact, it returned approximately $7,200 from the last budget, money that could have been devoted to this process had the timing allowed, which it did not. And a third point, we recognize the importance of a process guided by a skilled and experienced facilitator. And we acknowledge that we do not have the skills or the experience to do this ourselves. And so, like so many other nonprofits, governmental entities, community organizations, and the like, we seek this expertise. An analogy is that we cannot be both the coach and the players. We cannot be both the doctor and the patient. We cannot lead the planning and simultaneously participate in it. And so, in conclusion, we're not spending this money on ourselves, as had been earlier noted. We're not throwing a party. We're engaging in a deeply deliberative process in order to develop a plan that delivers our mission for you, the council, and for the community. And that's it.
Thank you, Christine. Questions from council? Bill and then Souza?
I think you know my question. I spoke with you already about one of my, actually my core concern. I spoke with one other commissioner about it. And I'll bring up more about it after I get an answer to your question when we get into deliberation. But you mentioned deliberation. Yes, deliberation is a public process. And would you object to making this procedure, this effort, fully public, which means not having private, out-of-public sessions with individual commissioners?
My response is, I'm not a facilitator, and I understand that there's a certain formulaic way of approaching it. So you and I had a one-on-one discussion.
Yes.
And what I understand...
You're not surprised by my question.
What I understand from this process is that the facilitator will have brief one-on-one conversations with the 5 participants, and then we'll have a series which we plan to be 2 partial days, so a long process that will be public. In fact, much of our Arts Commission meetings had been devoted to how we can appropriately make this public, if not in this tight little session for 2 days.
But you're asking for the one-on-one to
So,
continue privately.
what I'm saying is, I'm not sure it's our call. I think we need to trust the process, and if a facilitator is of the view that that there's a benefit to the one-on-one, it may make sense. And by the way, it would not violate the Brown Act or any other open meetings construct to have a one-on-one. That said, if it's essential to this council that we dispense with the one-on-one, or rather that the one-on-one be also advertised and publicly available, I think we'll work out whatever process makes sense to get a facilitator to assist us to develop this long overdue plan that we want to bring back to you.
Thank you.
Souza?
Christine, my understanding is that the 2014 process was a half day for $500, and it was suggested, or one of the questions that came up was, do you feel that you need, well, you must feel that you need 2 full days, but could it be accomplished in less time and less expense, and what are your thoughts on that?
Let me address first time and then expense. So this is the 2014 plan. It's very short. It addresses fixing the lighting in City Hall. It addresses, in a number of instances, City Hall gardens. It doesn't go into the kind of detail that we, the 5 members of this commission, believe are important to catalyze the arts in this community. And so the facilitator believes, and our vice chair in securing the facilitator, believe that 2 half-day processes make sense. next to the dollars. So the amount is $2,500. It had initially been higher for this experienced facilitator, but it was negotiated down. I can tell you that I've participated in these procedures before, and I've also helped a client engage a facilitator, which was initially $30,000 negotiated down to $20,000. And so I know that that's market, and I know equally that this facilitator is being more than generous for this public purpose that we have here. And so while $500 may have been reasonable in 2014, I know my hourly rate was less in 2014, and it may well be that that's different, and also it's a larger process.
I have one more question. What was the amount that you returned to the city, that the Arts Commission returned to the city?
I believe it was $7,200, is that correct, James? 7,000, more than 7,000 and less than 7,500.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I don't have that information.
it's good to know, but it was quite a bit. I do recall
It was,
that.
yeah, and my point that we're not a spendthrift
Yes.
entity, we're really a very careful entity, which you know based on how slender our overall budget is.
You know, I think, considering everything you've said, plus the fact that you returned approximately $7,000,
Okay.
it's making sense. Thank you.
Other questions, Randy?
This is directed to the city attorney. I remember when Mayor Johnson was elected, he wanted to do a strategic planning session, and we couldn't do it without it being a public engagement. So how do we, what's the workaround on this, that they can do something in private, whereas the council could not do it in private?
So as I understand the proposal from the Arts Commission, it is not to have all 5 commissioners sitting in the same room as the facilitator. That is prohibited outright, cannot happen. It's to have the facilitator meet in 5 one-on-one conversations with the 5 commissioners, not relay information from from one to one to one to one to one, simply take it in and then bake it into their facilitation process without communicating any information from one commissioner to the other. We would expect that the facilitator would comply with that requirement. So that's how they could do it. It's 5 one-on-one conversations.
Okay, and then Christine, you don't have an outline as to what you're trying to achieve. Is your outline will come after you're interviewed? Who puts the outline together as to what you're going to be meeting on, planning for, and bringing to the public's attention? How does that process work in this? At the very end, somewhere in the middle, somewhere?
Again, I don't know this facilitator, though Smitty West has worked with her before and can identify how
I don't need the
that
facilitator,
process-
I need to know what your objective, what are you looking to achieve?
I'm looking to achieve precisely what the council has mandated as our job, and that is to advise and make recommendations to you, the council, on the needs, resources, and opportunities in the arts. Other items as well, but that's primarily it. And for the 5 of us to put our hearts and minds together to determine how best to identify those needs, resources, and opportunities, and to bring that back. Whether that happens in mid-process or the end, I think that's an iterative process.
And so, and why, Mayor, if I can, is this okay that I? Okay,
Another
I'll
question?
come back in deliberation,
Okay.
and, but we may have to bring Christine, or it looks like the chair is here. Maybe have the chair come up too.
Okay. Thank you very much, Christine. Much
thank you.
appreciated. Gail, we have no public comments here. Any online?
If there's anyone in the Zoom queue who would like to speak on this item, please use the raised hand function now. A second. No.
Okay, we will move on to discussion. Yep, Ms. Bill?
The stated goal is to develop goals and priorities. I fully support that. I fully support the need to have this strategic plan done. But goals and priorities is a vital public interest. And I just think it's important that we approve this with the stipulation that we're not going to have sort of almost like a quasi-commissioner hired to talk to each individual commissioner. The commission is appointed to operate as a group, as a body, to develop goals and priorities as a body. And I have no problem with a facilitator helping with that process, but it should be a public process. I am remembering history that I want to share with everyone, and that is that I was someone quite upset when I started my first term of council to see that the city was paying for meals for the community development director to meet with planning commissioners privately outside of the public view for pre-meetings. We stopped that. It was a bit of a debate, but it was not appropriate, I thought then, and I don't think any appearance of that kind of thing should be, we should not open the door for it. So again, I envision a facilitator having a public meeting for people that are interested in the arts and the community, maybe having a round robin that the facilitator helps with in terms of the individual commissioners. But I really do have some problem with the idea of individual sessions with the commissioners when this is supposed to be a commission public process, in my opinion. So with that taken out, I would support this.
Randy?
So, again, in the fine print here, it says that in actuality, the budget for this is $5,000, and it looks like you've got a contribution from Sense Smart. Who is Sense Smart? Am I reading this wrong?
Yes.
Budget $2,500, in parentheses, $5,000, 50% Sense Smart contribution. What is?
If I may, that's the discount from the facilitator. So SenseSmart is the facilitator. The fee to the commission, to the city, is $2,500, and she's eating the other $2,500.
Okay.
Thank you, Christine, for clarifying.
It's a nice contribution.
Christine.
Souza? Yeah.
Christine, can you come back? So I think Councilmember Wyrick's recommendation is worth discussing. I would actually be more comfortable with that myself. So what is it, do you have an objection to that? Because it does seem, as I started to think about it, that could be much more fruitful.
My thought is, first, it doesn't contravene the Brown Act, so that's the baseline. However, it does not contravene the Brown Act to have.
No, it's not.
One.
It's
Okay,
not.
I just want to establish
open.
that.
Yeah.
It may make, again, I'm not a facilitator, so it's difficult for me to interpret the value of preliminary one-on-one meetings, although I understand and assume it's to get a sense of the landscape to sort of tee up the session that's going to happen. It may well be that it's important to have one-on-one sessions, in which case perhaps those should simply be open, but still one-on-one. I don't know if that would satisfy the council, but if so, and if it wouldn't be unduly difficult for staff to sort of set those up, we could probably do it in that way. Again, I'm speaking off the top of my head without consulting my colleagues, but that may well make sense.
Yeah, can I ask the city attorney? So there is no, what's the word, prohibition legally if they have like perhaps briefer one-on-one sessions and then we have a public forum. Is there any reason why they can't do both?
Legally, no, provided that the facilitator does not communicate information from one to the other, to the other, to the other.
Correct.
So the facilitator can keep it in their head and bake it into their process.
Yeah.
But they can't serve as a hub and spoke meeting.
Yeah,
They can't communicate the information back and forth.
understood.
With
Yeah.
that caveat, it is legal, but a policy question whether the council wants to pay for it.
Okay, well, if it doesn't increase the price or anything, that to me makes the most sense, because then the facilitator has a sense of the landscape, and then, yeah, I didn't know that I hadn't even thought about that. I already assumed that it was an open meeting, actually. I didn't know about the one-on-one, so I'm just thinking on my feet, yeah. So if I understood correctly, you could have one-on-one sessions, perhaps not as long, because it wouldn't need to be as long, and as long as the facilitator just keeps the information in her head, and then as a basis or as a way for her to facilitate, it could be just part of the process, and then go to the public meeting.
In the process I had been involved in before, it was a very brief telephone call between the facilitator and me, just sort of an introduction, hello, what do you see as some of the issues? Very brief. It wasn't the driver of the sessions at all, and I expect that it would be the same here.
Yeah.
In fact, I assumed it would even be a brief phone call, but we're making it.
Could I ask a question, Chris? So how would the Arts Commission feel about a hybrid situation?
How would the commission feel about having the one-on-one sessions in public? It may well be that, and again,
didn't you, Matt, they could do one-on-one in private, right? And then have a public session?
Right, that would be
Right.
legal,
Correct.
but it's up to the council whether the council wants to.
Okay, so my question is how does the Arts Commission feel about that?
The Arts Commission voted 4-1 and enthusiastically to support this proposal, which included the one-on-one, presumably again very brief,
Right.
with the bulk of the session with the facilitator being in the public, open to the public, and welcoming to the public.
Great. Thank you for clarifying. Much appreciated.
Thank you for clarifying.
Randy?
So the first thing before us is the $2,500, and then the second is the process. So if they spent $500, I did talk to Christine Golden too, and if they did spend $500 8 years ago, I can understand the cost of planning going up. So I don't, at the first glance, I wasn't sure I wanted to support $2,500, but I think that's worthwhile. I would still like to see, you can do the private discussion. I'm a little opposed to that. But as long as the facilitator brings it back and asks the same questions publicly that they're asking in private. That way the community is seeing the thought process, and someone may not be left out or someone's thoughts may not be misrepresented. And I think that's the most important thing, is that transparency and honesty. So,
Okay. Any other comments? No? Okay. Ready for a motion?
yeah, so what's before us is, it's a recommendation to authorize the Arts Commission to use $2,500 from its 22-23 budget to hire NASA, is it Maal? M-A-A-L? Noosa. What did I say?
NASA.
Ah.
It's a U.
What is it? You say potatoes, I say potatoes? Okay. I'm sorry for mispronouncing that name. The other thing we want to throw into it, though, is that you do hold your private session and you bring it back and you do the same session in public. And we are not to exceed $2,500. And do we want to put any type of a time limit on this so that we can get this planning done? Would the chair like to speak to how long he thinks that it's going to take?
Yeah, hi, Nigel Chisholm, I'm the chair of the Ojai Arts Commission. Great job, Christine. Thanks very much. And it's good to see the other commissioners up here speaking to you as well. We want to be part of the community as much as we possibly can. With regard to the time frame, Randy, this is 3 years behind schedule already.
Right.
We want it done yesterday. And so this was put in Smitty's hands originally. Christine's more than able to speak to it tonight, which is why she's speaking tonight. We're a team. We come as a group. We speak as one generally, although we don't always march in lockstep. But I think I can speak for everybody when I would say if the council is gracious enough to pass this, then we will certainly get on this as quickly as humanly possible. And in previous conversations, if you check with the meetings that we've had, we were certainly looking to have this done by November. Or at some point in November, so certainly before the end of the year, because it's absolutely critical to the functioning of the Arts Commission and for us to be able to adhere to our mandate.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And one suggestion, too, is that we hold these public meetings in the evening and not midday or mid-morning, but with an opportunity for the community as a whole to be able to show up and ask and participate.
Mayor, may I ask the maker of the motion?
We have,
Just jump in just
go
one
ahead.
quick time. Just with regard to that, nobody ever shows up at Arts Commission meetings. This has been true forever. One of the things that we're trying to do is inculcate ourselves into the community more and invite people into the Arts Commission meetings so they can actually be aware of what we're doing. We have every intent to advertise this. We want people there being part of the process. This isn't anything that we're trying to do behind closed doors or behind people's backs. We want to include ourselves and have the community included in the process. So the more people there, the better it is for everybody, and we'll be able to do our job much better at that point as well.
I wasn't implying what you're talking to. What I was implying is that if we don't do it in a time that's appropriate for the community to be engaged, if you have no one showing up to your commission meetings, you'll have no one showing up to these.
Well,
That's all I'm trying to say.
That may
is-
be true, but I think it's more related to how the Arts Commission functioned in the past than it is going to moving forward. But we're certainly happy to do this at the most convenient time to get the most amount of people there, if that answers
So
your
I can see
question.
this is a tit for tat, but I'm not going to throw the past art commissioners under the bus. I look forward to what you achieve.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nigel. So we have a motion.
Quick question on the maker.
Sure.
So as I understand it, the stipulation of the motion is that any any and all content that comes up in individual session will be part of group sessions.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And it can be Saturday or evening. Doesn't have to be
Yeah.
evening.
Okay.
I'll second on that stipulation.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye? Aye. Okay, wonderful. And thank you so much. And I want to thank the Arts Commissioners, volunteers, being of service, making our community more beautiful. We are really grateful to you. So thank you for coming and speaking, and I look forward to hearing about the workshop.
Matt, just real quick, Matt, do we need a vote since it was to spend money?
Yeah, do you need a roll call for voting money?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Roll call, please, Gail?
Councilmember Blatz?
Yes.
Councilmember Franzina?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Haney?
Yes.
Mayor Sticks?
Yes.
Councilmember Wyrick?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. All right, thank you. We will skip ahead to item number 6, request from me to adopt a resolution supporting a universal single-payer healthcare option at the state or federal level. And I was contacted by our local doctor, Helen Petroff. Thank you, Helen, for being here, who's a member of our local branch of Physicians for a National Health Program. This group would like Ojai to consider passing a Medicare for All resolution in support of universal single-payer Medicare for all. And as we know, health care is a human right, and every person in the city of Ojai deserves quality, comprehensive health care. This resolution would be a positive step forward to reaching the goal of universal health care by allowing Ojai to call on our state and federal legislators to work towards the passage of the bill. And already Santa Barbara, Goleta, and Carpinteria, and 23 other cities in California have passed this resolution. So there's no staff report. I'm going to call on Dr. Petroff. Thank you, Dr. Petroff, for being here.
Okay, thank you so much for inviting us to speak. Okay, so I'm Dr. Helen Petroff. I live here in Ojai, and I've been a family doctor here since I finished my residency at UCLA 16 years ago, and I've never looked back. Being a family doc is a great job. I love to get to know the families I take care of. When something happens to one of my patients, I get to be there for them and to help them through whatever's going on. I love doing preventative care, where I can work with my patients to identify and treat medical problems at an early stage, where we can make a difference to keep folks healthy. However, of course, there are days when being a family doc is stressful and frustrating. By far, the biggest source of frustration for me, as it is for many doctors, is dealing with insurance companies. This is so bad that lots of docs are opting to not even accept insurance and to do what's called concierge medicine. I don't want to do that because I came here to take care of all my neighbors, not just the rich ones. So for that reason, at our office, we try to accept as many different insurances as we can. So we have to pay a bunch of staff to do things like check people's insurance eligibility, collect copays, request authorizations, and argue with the insurance companies when they try to not pay us, which happens all the time. And it breaks my heart when I'm in my office and I overhear upset people grumbling, both the patients and the staff in my front office. Patients find that their insurance has mysteriously switched them to a different primary care office without their knowledge. Or they have a copay or out-of-pocket deductible that they didn't know about, or that the referral was denied, and they are mad. And it is myself and my staff that get to deal with it. The worst frustration for me is when insurance companies tell me how to take care of my patients, which also happens every day. If I think someone needs an MRI of some part of their body, I have to beg permission from their insurance company. The fact that I have to justify myself to some bean counter at the Blue Cross is super annoying. Similarly, if my HMO patients need to see a specialist, then I have to have them come in for a visit just to get a Mother May I from their insurance company. Sometimes my patients get mad about this, and they think that I actually want to be the gatekeeper for all their care. I assure you, I am not that much of an egomaniac. Also, the patients get mad when the specialist they want to see is not on their insurance company's panel of contracted doctors, and so they can't see them. And they probably know that this is not actually my fault, but I am the one in the room when they are upset, so I get to deal with it. But there is a light at the end of the tunnel. When my patients turn 65, they are finally eligible for Medicare. I love traditional Medicare. To be clear, this is as opposed to Medicare Advantage, which is just handing your Medicare benefits over to some insurance company who goes on to torment your doctor, as I've described. So traditional Medicare, with traditional Medicare, I can order an MRI without approvals from anybody. I can call my patient and give them the phone number for the specialist that they want to see, and they can make their own darn appointment. Medicare pays us fairly for our work and is very efficient. I wish all my patients could magically just get traditional Medicare tomorrow. While I'm sure I would still have things to complain about, at least insurance companies telling me what to do and making my patients miserable wouldn't be one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Any questions from council? Helen, do we have a question from council?
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
I'm mostly going to be able to just talk from my own personal perspective, so I don't know how helpful I'll be.
I really do. Yeah, I'm Medicare now, and I would never do the managed care option. Traditional is, provides more latitude for the doctor-patient relationship, and I think that's important. And so one of the questions I wanted to ask you, because it potentially, I think, could become a problem, in terms of that doctor-patient relationship and having just one means of payment, is what's currently on Governor Newsom's desk, and I wanted to get your feeling about that. AB 2098, which allows the Medical Board of California to revoke a doctor's license to practice medicine in the state for it expressing an opinion, quote, contradicted by contemporary scientific consensus contrary to the standard of care, end quote.
Oh. I was not aware of that.
It's on the governor's desk right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I remember, you and I are old enough to remember when one of the standards of care accepted in Europe was thalidomide prescriptions.
Oh, yeah. All sorts of terrible things have been accepted.
For a doctor to say, I don't agree with that standard of care, and to be threatened with revocation of your license if you question that standard of care or to get paid, is a problem. And I just wanted to get your reaction to that particular legislation that's on the governor's desk right now.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not fair because you haven't seen the
Yeah,
legislation.
I wasn't aware.
I just quoted a description, and that's not fair.
Yeah, no, I can see people bringing up that kind of stuff. I can just speak to the way it is currently. Basically, to be a Medicare provider, it means you get an NPI, which is your national provider number, and essentially you have to basically have you have to be a doctor in good standing, and yes, you have to have a state license. But Medicare itself doesn't actually have anything to do with the licensure. It's all up to the states. So if, states want to make, make it difficult for doctors to practice in that state, then I think those doctors are going to go to other states. But as it is now, Medicare doesn't really have anything to do with that part of it. You just have to have a license and, not be a felon, I guess. I don't know. That's my understanding.
Thank you. Could we get, Mr. City Attorney, did you have a comment on this one?
No particular comment. I believe, just for edification for the public who may not be aware of it, I believe that bill is not yet signed by Newsom, but pending. We'll see if
I'm
he
saying
signs
it's on the
it.
governor's desk.
He may or may not sign it.
Right.
And I think the intent is something regarding the controversy that has arisen over COVID vaccinations.
No.
But I'm not entirely sure.
I'm
of the
quoting
background
the
there.
bill.
That's correct, yeah.
That might be a motivation, but
Gotcha.
the bill allows revocation of a doctor's license to practice medicine in the state for expressing an opinion, quote, contradicted by contemporary scientific consensus contrary to the standard of care, end quote. General statement.
Gotcha. So yeah, so that's the bill, and then we'll see what Newsom does. He has until the end of the month to make his decisions.
There's
and-
huge opposition to the bill.
Any other questions? Randy, you have a question?
Yeah, you know, on the, just looking at this, it's like almost you're saying it's a no-brainer. The problem is, we haven't been educated on any of this. So it's not to deny you that you're smart and responsible and trustworthy. I would probably, if you live in Ojai, I'd say that in a heartbeat you had that. But I don't know enough about what you're trying to achieve. But when someone says that universal health care is a right, you know, along with that, I would say that universal housing is a right, and universal affordable housing is a right. So those are great phrases. The problem is what's in the details. So you're asking us to support a resolution, as the mayor is asking us. And I'm not going to say no to it, but I am hesitant saying I don't have enough information, just like the majority of the people in this community and the majority of the people in the United States don't have enough education on this. But the phrasing is like, yeah, who wouldn't want that?
Yeah, I totally agree with you that there's not enough education about this subject in America.
And my wife and I for years have just talked about why we need that insurance middleman. I mean, it just drives me crazy. I'm giving someone money to do what? To make money. I mean, it just drives me nuts.
We're still on questions. Any more questions from council? Okay, thank you, Helen. We have three speakers, Christy Schoald, Neil Jorgensen, and Larry Steingold.
Hello, I'm Christy Schoald. I live at 611 Libby. I've lived in town for about 12 years. I've been practicing medicine in Ventura for 24 years. I work at the Ventura County Medical Center, which is the trauma center in the medical residency education program. So I do inpatient medicine, and I deliver babies, and I do outpatient medicine, and it's awesome. I totally agree with everything Helen said, and I support it 100%. One of my comments was only that, you know, I see patients because of where I work and what I do that have private insurance, that have public insurance called Medicare or Medicaid, or Medi-Cal, and then have no insurance. And the people who suffer the most are the people obviously who have no insurance, but also those people with insurance who are what we call underinsured, which means they can't actually afford to use the health care that they're paying for, whether they get it from their employer or they pay for it themselves. Their deductibles and copays are so high. If 80% of their bill is covered but 20% is not, and they have a cap of $18,000 per year for their family. Unfortunately, that leads to the number one cause of personal bankruptcy in the United States is medical bills. And so people really deserve to have better care than that. We are the richest planet in the world, and the fact that our patients and the people of the country suffer because they can't access care which is available, what we want to provide, is ridiculous. So I would like you to consider this resolution. There's no financial obligation. It's just a statement of trust that we feel like is the right thing to do. So thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Next, we have Neil Jorgensen and then Larry Steingold.
Well, you just heard from my wife. I'm Christy Schoald. You can probably hear the similar thing from me. I'm also at Ventura County Medical Center and work with the residents. I have to say that one of my major sources of frustration is trying to teach the residents what they will be encountering when they get into practice. How do you figure out what's going to be covered, what to do when it's denied? I just had talked to a resident about a patient of his who has multiple sclerosis. Took about 6 months to get her authorized to have a wheelchair. And then when they tried to get a ramp authorized, it was not covered benefit. So now she has a wheelchair, but she can't get into her house. That's the kind of frustration we deal with every day. And if she had Medicare, it would still be a little bit of difficulty, which there should be some difficulty. You can't, always get everything you want, but it wouldn't have been nearly the difficulty, and she would have a ramp right now. And I have to teach the residents, spend probably 30% of my time teaching residents how to deal with insurance companies, and I wish I could be teaching them how to deal with cervical cancer or prevent colon cancer or treat an ear infection or keep a baby healthy. So I think that the solution really is something like Medicare for all, and I'd love to see my community supporting that. I get even though I teach healthcare and do healthcare in Ventura, I get my healthcare here, and I would love to have that. And I know that my doctors would support this resolution also.
Thank you, Neil. Next, we have Larry Steingold.
Good evening. Larry Steingold, and this is my talking stick. People don't remember. First, I'm appalled that only, for example, you know about the doctor and the communication. I knew about it because I'm retired and I have nothing else better to do. The doctor doesn't even know about it. So it's incumbent upon the council to call upon our state reps to tell us about all the laws that are up there. Why should we have to go hunt? So then we find out that, oh, there's this other group against this law, that law. No one knows about these laws, but that's another issue, but that has to be done, I think. The proposal, I think, is fine, except what does universal mean? Does that mean everybody now has to become part of the system? Does that mean all the income comes from the federal government? Doesn't that mean then everybody, all the medical facilities and all the doctors and all the nurses and all the hospitals now work for the government, since there's no other carve-outs here? I mean, if you want to put carve-outs and say, well, establishing a insurance company for a Medicare for all, for those who are can't get regular insurance or something, isn't that what Obamacare was supposed to be and all that's supposed to be for? What is this? I mean, it's nice, but universal means it shouldn't be universal. And then you have option. Well, if it's a universal single-payer Medicare for all type option, does that mean people can opt out? Then it's not universal. So if you would take out the word universal, maybe you got a shot, I think. Just so make it optional. People need a hand, but you can't I don't want to lose my doctors. I don't want to have to go somewhere. When the government says California has $40 billion in insurance payables and that's it, and now it starts to get rationed because there's only $40 billion been budgeted by federal government, where's it going? Okay, right now we're replenishing military stocks because we're shoveling else out the country. But that's beside the point. It's more important, universal. Is it universal? Please. Don't make it, it's not mandatory, and it's an option. Change this because it's contradictory. How do you establish a universal with an option? Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Any comments online, Gail?
If there's anyone in the Zoom queue who would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand function now. And there's two people. The first one, I'll bring in Alan Minst. Mr. Minst, you can speak. You're muted. If you would please unmute yourself, you can go ahead. Mr. Mintz, are you there? Can you hear us? I'll go on to the second person and come back to him. The next person is Bill Miley. Mr. Miley, if you're there, if you could please unmute yourself. There you go. If you can go ahead and talk.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. Okay. For the record, my name is Bill Miley, retired public health educator. On the question of supporting a resolution, I have these comments. 1, it certainly has been a key subject for discussion for many years. 2, it has certainly benefited millions of older folks and younger folks with special health conditions. 3, the National Medicaid program has helped many millions of folks. 4, the National Affordable Care Act has helped millions more. The wish by some, number 5, the wish by some to clear out private insurance for a national federal management system is worthy in some respects. In other respects, what we have now is being adjusted, modified, based on problem solving and difficult political compromise, like 51-49 voting. 6, asking my city council to consider a resolution of support raises important questions about healthcare coverage for folks who are residents of Ojai. You represent us, right? Not the rest of the county. Questions: are any folks without health coverage? What limits exist on such coverage? What costs might be overburdening their household budgets? What healthcare needs are unmet? How many families are without healthcare? Knowing the gaps in healthcare coverage for our citizens would give our city on the ground, quote, on the ground data for deciding on such a resolution. In my opinion, without a city personalized response, like a survey like this, on the question of a resolution, if you don't do this, it comes down to the ideation you have and your political beliefs. And I don't think that's enough. So I only support this if we do a local survey collecting some healthcare data on people that we and you represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
And I'll go ahead and try the other person, Alan Mintz. One moment. Mr.
hear me now?
Mintz, you can go ahead and speak.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
As a physician with over 30 years medical experience, I'm a vascular surgeon. I wholeheartedly support this resolution. Making Medicare available to everybody would be such a boon to our population. The majority of industrialized countries have universal health care. The cap for overhead for Blue Cross, Blue Shield, what have you, is 20%. The cost of overhead for Medicare is in the range of 2 to 3%. As a physician, please give me Medicare patients. Trying to deal with patients whose care is limited by the insurance company that their employer has chosen to sign up with is just absolutely painful. So I wholeheartedly support that resolution.
Thank you, Dr. Minsk. All right, we will move on to discussion.
All right.
Okay.
Since you're looking at me, or
Okay.
Bill's raised his hand. Do you want to go?
Okay, go ahead, Susan.
Well, I wholeheartedly support this resolution. And I see that as a separate issue from that dreadful bill that's before Newsom, which I strongly oppose. And the way this opens up, the first whereas is because health care is a human right, and every person in the city of Ojai deserves quality, comprehensive health care that allows patients free choice of physician and other clinician. And as I understand it, there's no legal, this is an expression of support, correct? And for that reason,
Yes.
I support it. I don't support anybody dictating to a doctor how they should practice. I'm a big advocate of privacy between patient and doctor.
Bill?
There is an old saying, I'm an economist by training, I'm just reminding everybody about that. And one of the things that's drilled into us in the being trained as economists is a sharp distinction between intent and results. There's not a whole lot of connection between the two by simply the laudable and exemplary quality of intent doesn't translate into good results without details and understanding. Let me give you an example of how this problem, I've studied this problem for decades. Yeah, our system's broken for all the reasons that have been declared, but I'll give you an example of why we continue to be broken. Legislation was passed by Congress saying that hospitals needed to disclose a prior to treatment pricing schedule so you knew what you were getting into before committing to the treatment, including if there are options. Last I looked, there was a study on this. The percentage of hospitals in compliance with this legislation is currently less than 25%. In other words, reforms that we have done with good intent have not led to good results because the intent wasn't matched to result. And I think I would be okay with this if we clarified the language, that this wasn't saying, in other words, we're not supporting the, I think Medicare, single payer should be Medicare for all should be an option, but not necessarily the only means of getting medical care. So I would, see what other people have to say, but I have some suggestions on clarifying the intent and leave it at that in terms of some of the language here, but I'll do that later after I talk and people understand my motivation for what I'm saying.
Anyone else? Randy?
Like I said, to me, it's a no-brainer. It's I don't want to get into the nuts and bolts of it, Bill. I don't have a sense that that we have any say in it. So it's, at this point in time, it's moot. What this is, it's a resolution stating that we believe in healthcare as a human right and that every person in the city of Ojai deserves that respect and deserves that opportunity. So I can't argue against that. My mother-in-law was in general practice. My brother-in-law is in general practice. My daughter-in-law is a nurse. Like I said, we can do so much more in America than what we're doing right now regarding healthcare. This is, of all the things that you brought forward in resolutions, Mayor, this is by far one of your better ones. So I will support you in it because I believe in it, and I believe that we can do better in healthcare in America.
Brian? Okay. Well, I agree with Susan, Randy, and thank you, Randy. And yes, clearly the United States needs universal health care. We are behind, and we need to take care of our doctors. We need to take care of our residents. We need to make things easier for people to get good health care. It is a no-brainer. And when Ojai gets behind this, as many other cities have, we are showing our support of excellent health care. So I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution declaring the city of Ojai's support of Medicare for all.
I'm going to ask for a amendment to your motion. I'll probably lose, but I'm going to make it. That in the last, on the now therefore be resolved, that we change it towards, instead of reading towards passage of a bill establishing a universal single-payer Medicare for all type system, that it simply say establishing a Medicare for all type system.
Okay. Do we have a second for that?
I'll see if there's a second. There's not, there's not.
There might be. Could somebody clarify, single payer simply means what?
Well, I think I'm the one to ask the question of.
Yeah,
since
yeah,
I-
I'm asking you, why you want that? to
In
be-
some circles, single payer says that's the only system that will pay for medical care under insurance. In some circles.
Yeah,
That's one of those devil in the details thing. So my motion would clarify support for a Medicare for all system as an option, without it necessarily being dictated to or in any way, shape, or form as the only system.
oh, I would consider that. I have
So
to
that's my motion.
hear what others say.
Well, we need a second for that motion?
I know, hang on. Just a universal. You know, I think another reason this is the same wording, may I ask, Mr. City Manager, City Attorney, this is the same wording that Santa Barbara, Goleta, Carpinteria has in their resolution. It contains the universal single-payer Medicare wording.
We did not compare this to those cities. We did not look at what Santa Barbara, Goleta, and Carpinteria have adopted.
Well, perhaps could we ask Dr.
Yeah,
Petroff
they
why
can do that.
why you prefer this language and this resolution?
Thank you, yeah.
I believe that the intent was to make it clear what it is that the city is trying to do. So rather than just expressing a general support for single-payer Medicare for all, it was to support that the entities that are involved in actually making that legislation move that forward.
Thank you. Okay. Well, is there a second for Bill's motion? Oh.
Don't look at me.
Okay. Okay. I made a motion to adopt.
Is that died for lack of a second then?
Yes. So I made a motion to adopt the resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, doctors, for coming. Much appreciated. All right. We will move on to the public hearing, item number 3, consideration of a retroactive 1-year time extension to September 27th, 2023 for design review permit at 312 West Aliso Street, or Cottages Among the Flowers. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, James.
So we have I think it's 5 slides, and so we'll try to get through this in 5 slides.
Mayor, can I ask you a question? So we have two,
The late
We can
handouts.
explain the
we'll
new
explain
documents
those.
first, either before the staff report or after the staff report.
yeah, I'd prefer it before, just to have a better understanding and clarity, because if we move on this request, are we still going to hold a public hearing? Has
So-
everyone had the opportunity to read these?
Yeah, maybe we need at some point, a 3-minute break, because we've got a lot of material. I was already on my way here when it was sent. And-
Well, I'll,
Why don't we provide a brief explanation of it? Council can take
Yeah.
a 5-minute recess, perhaps, read the material, and then go from there. Subject to council. So the materials that are provided, the simple one first, it's a map. It's a copy, an unofficial copy of the condo plan that was recorded on October 19th, 2010 as doc number, this is just for the record, 2010-1019-00160785. And what it is the condominium plan, meaning the plan that divided the airspace into the 10 condo units that exist in space, not in reality, at the Cottages Among the Flowers project at 312 West Aliso. What exists now on the ground are 8 units, 6 individual units, and 1 duplex with 2 units. The airspace condominium divides those into separate ownership, and they are all separately mapped. This condo map was recorded together with the tract map. So they're separate individual units in an airspace set of condominium units on a single condo project. The 9th and 10th units also exist in space, but not in reality. They exist as airspace subdivided units, but they don't exist on the ground because nothing has been built. And all, to the best of the city's knowledge, as of now, are in common ownership, all under the applicant's LLC, Ojai Bungalows LP. And second document is from Ojai Bungalows LP, a letter from their counsel, Ms. Beth Collins, who's present, along with Mr. Becker and I believe others. And their letter asserts a variety of arguments that the project has vested rights and the city lacks the power to deny it, that the housing element policy and the replacement housing ordinance, section 10-2009, do not apply. And third, that the council should approve the project extension for various alleged good cause. They also ask for a 1-month continuance on the project. I'd recommend, if the council has any interest in that, that we perhaps take a short recess to allow council to review the material. It's been provided to the applicant by personal delivery to his counsel and to the public in the lobby, and then consider whether to continue the item first. After receiving the staff report, taking any public comment, then consider whether to continue. From there would be my recommendation.
Thank you, Matt. Council, would you like a 5-minute break to review the material?
I would, but could I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay. Because I want to be clear, and I want the public to be clear. This is on the agenda. I'm not aware of any council member request for this to be on the agenda. I believe it's on the, so I'm asking you as the one of the primary responsible parties for agenda preparation, really fundamentally why this is on the agenda, given the circumstances where the developer terminated negotiations on the development agreement prior to us finishing our deliberations on the question. And I would think the normal procedure would be to start de novo with a new application. So is the reason it's on the agenda is basically a courtesy to the developer?
James, you can jump in, but from what I understand, it was a request, correct?
Request from the developer.
Yes.
So the city council, and this is partly in the presentation, the city council had a pending permit back in 2019. We worked through the development agreement process. That development agreement has now been revoked, and the developer has demanded an answer on the underlying permit. So that is why it's back.
So this is on the agenda at the request of the developer.
Yes.
And one further clarification, the city did not end negotiations on the development agreement. The city per the
I didn't
council's
say that.
prior, no, I'm correcting the record, not but just to add to the manager's comments. The council directed that the ad hoc committee and staff work with the developer on further negotiating the development agreement. The ad hoc committee did so, unfortunately was unsuccessful, and the developer sent an email on July 31st, 2022, declaring that the negotiations were done and asking for a decision on the permits. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we will take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back with a presentation. All right, we're back. Could everyone please take a seat and 10. Take a seat and we will begin. Can we come to quiet, please? Thank you. Okay, we will begin with a staff report from Mr. Vega. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll pull up we have about a 5-slide PowerPoint, and so we'll be presenting that. I did want to note, just with the questions that came up right before we went to break, the question about essentially why are we here today, and we'll get into that a little bit more. But again, I just want to reiterate that it really boils down to there was a permit that had been approved by the Planning Commission in 2019, appealed by the City Council in 2019, and then that was paused to negotiate the development agreement that we talked about back in July. When that development agreement was revoked, we now have to give the answer on the underlying permit. And
By point of order, we haven't actually taken action on the development agreement.
No action need be taken when the
But what I'm trying to
developers
say, action was taken to further discuss with the developer, and the developer has the one that's terminated negotiations.
Yes, the
developer has
developers
terminated.
refused to negotiate further and further demanded a decision on the underlying permit,
Right.
which remains pending, hence we're here for
I
consideration
just wanted
of
to
that.
everyone to be
But
clear
it
on
is the
that.
developer who refused to negotiate further,
Right.
declaring that they did not intend to negotiate further.
And as always with permits, there's time requirements, there's permit streamlining and all that. So there is a requirement from the city to at some point give an answer to the underlying permit. So that's kind of in short why we're here today. And
Can I clarify that statement for the city manager?
Sure.
Is there a date? Yes. Is there a date certain that they need to have an answer?
there's no definitive deadline. We had essentially agreed to toll the deadline to negotiate, and so it's really essentially as soon as possible is really the answer. Okay, and so again, 5 slides. We're going through the history of a project that is years and years in the making, so I will try not to belabor that too much, but I think a lot of these questions show that that history is important to this project. The Cottages Among the Flowers is at 312 West Aliso, as shown on the map. I think most people are familiar with it at this point. The Cottages Among the Flowers, just some background, is an 8-unit development that is at 312 West Aliso that was built in 1929. To go through the background I just talked about with a little more detail, in November of 2007, a design review permit, a tentative tract map, and a tree permit were approved by the then City Council. The permits were going to allow the 8 units to be remodeled and refurbished and allow for 2 additional units, so a total of 10 units at the cottages. So again, that permit was approved in 2007. In 2009, the final tract map, which was one piece of that, was approved. But in 2011, 2016, and 2017, revisions and time extensions to the design review permit were considered and approved by the city. And so, as you can see, that's a decade there of time extensions.
Point of order, City Manager. Those were approved by staff or by actions of the Planning Commission in 11, 16, and 17?
By the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you.
And so on April 2019, how we got here today is April 2019, the Planning Commission approved one more time extension after the permit would have expired on October 4th, 2018. But the City Council, 2 City Council members called for an appeal of that decision. And so on May 14th of 2019, the City Council determined, after reviewing the project, that the project didn't meet the city's then current requirement to replace affordable housing units. That requirement, as we'll get into in a moment, was adopted by the city after the original adoption, but before the time extension. And so the City Council created the ad hoc committee to negotiate an agreement to get replacement affordable units. From May of 2019 to July of 2022, the ad hoc committee worked with the applicant to determine whether a development agreement could be negotiated that would allow for those lost affordable housing units to be replaced. And finally, the meeting most recently on July 12th, 2022, the City Council reviewed that agreement and requested revisions and further negotiation of that agreement. What may be news to some is that following that meeting, the applicant did rescind the offer and revoke the offer for a development agreement, and as stated a moment ago, demanded the decision on the underlying permit, and that is whether or not to approve the time extension from April 2019. So that's the timeline for how we got here. We're going to go over, I'm going to try to keep it relatively brief and allow for questions, but we're going to go over the key requirements that the project has, and then the next slide will be staff's analysis of whether those requirements are met, which will lead to the decision, the recommendation that we are making. So the key requirements to consider are related to affordable housing replacement. In 2020, as part of all these discussions, the city received information from the owner of the property that indicated that 7 of the 8 existing units were occupied by a person who would qualify as a moderate income level of affordable housing. The 8th unit was inhabited by a person that would qualify as a low income level of affordable housing. None of the units were deed restricted, but they were occupied by people that would have qualified for affordable housing. The city's perspective is that that means that those units should be considered as affordable and replaced with affordable units. I expect that that's one area that the applicant disagrees with us, but that is the staff analysis of that requirement. And so another key requirement for the city council to consider whether to approve the time extension on its own, the city council is supposed to base that decision on whether there have been any significant changes in the general plan, zoning regulations, the city code, or the character of the area that would cause the approval to be injurious to the public convenience, health, safety, or general welfare. So that's when the city council is deciding whether to approve a time extension, that's the question. Is there any major changes that cause this approval to now be injurious to the public in health, safety, or welfare? The burden of proving that the extension doesn't cause those problems is on the property owner. They have the burden of proof. And ultimately, the city adopted additional requirements via both the housing element and the city code that followed the initial approval in 2007, but predated the application for the time extension. So by adopting ordinance number 828 in 2013, which included a new city code section 102904, which requires replacement housing to be provided at specified income affordability levels if an existing multifamily residential housing occupied by persons with very low, or moderate incomes is subject to conversion or demolition. And so you can see some of the phrases that we already used that would apply. We talked about the information we received showing that there were either low or moderate income occupants. And so our read would be that ordinance would apply to the underlying project, and that ordinance was adopted after the original adoption, but would be applicable when considering a time extension. And so those were the key requirements. This slide is focusing on applying those requirements to this project to identify the staff recommendation. And so just a couple key points up front. The project as proposed at the cottages does not include any replacement affordable housing units now that the development agreement is not an option. There are no affordable housing units in this project. Because we recommend applying section 102904, which does require replacement housing to be provided, our read is that we started with 8 affordable units and we're getting 0. That doesn't meet the requirement. The tract map has been approved, as we talked about a few moments ago, which converted ownership form to condominium status. However, 102904 is still triggered here. Staff's analysis shows that 102904 is still triggered here because the project still needs to be demolished, rehabilitated, and reconstructed, which is the language in that code section. We also expect from some of our conversations that one argument may be that these are individual single-family units, and therefore that code section doesn't apply. However, our read of that code section is it only applies to one house, one single-family residence. This is not a individual single-family residence. It's a 10-unit condo project. So our read of our staff analysis is that is required. Section 102-904 is applicable here. We also just wanted to point out that both the 5th cycle and the 6th cycle current housing element both include requirements as well. Both were adopted since 2013 as well. And both of those include requirements for the replacement of affordable occupied housing that is demolished, removed, or converted with comparable deed-restricted affordable housing. And so, in short, what we're saying with all of this is that the city adopted several rules since the original permit was issued that require affordable housing to be replaced with affordable housing, and our analysis is this project is not exempt. And so...
Thank you, James.
Well, I have one more slide, but I
Okay.
saw, I don't know if you want to take questions now. Sure, yeah, it's 4 bullet points, so I'll just get through these 4. So, as stated a moment ago, those are the reasons staff recommends denying the request for the additional time extension without the affordable housing, without any affordable housing units. Where does that leave us? What's next? There's a couple of options. The applicant could apply for a project anew and apply for a design review permit, which would require them to show compliance with that affordable housing requirement we just discussed. Alternatively, I do want the council and the community to be aware that the applicant could choose to litigate and challenge the city's findings. We've laid out via this presentation our analysis. I would expect that the applicant's probably reading those requirements and has a different analysis, and so that might be something that would have to be litigated. I just want everybody to be kind of go into this with open eyes, realizing that if that were to happen, the costs would be substantial. The city, if the city loses, could be ordered to pay the developer's attorney's fees, and so that is a major risk and a challenge for us. However, for all the reasons we stated, our read of it is that that requirement does apply. And so, although not without risk, our recommendation, based on the city's adopted requirements to protect its supply of affordable housing, based on the city's commitment to do so, and based on the fact that the city council had adopted as a priority affordable housing as a priority, we recommend not approving the time extension.
Mr. Summers, you want to say something?
Very briefly, one further point. On the resolution is drafted by staff and recommended, 1 or 2 minor typo fixes, if I may. In page 5, section 2, the second sentence, there's the phrase, because existing project site is occupied by low and moderate income tenants, as is clear from the context and the rest of the resolution. And then second, the second graph below section 2 time extension denied, the proposed sentence that reads, the proposed project due to the project's conflict with section 102-904, replacement housing of the Ohio Municipal Code, the general plan and housing element in sections 10-2-3203 and 10-2-215 governing extensions of permits. What's missing is denied. The proposed project is denied due to the project's conflict. 2 minor typos. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Bill? We're on
have a
questions from council? Yep.
Okay. Please correct me if I misstate. That's my question.
Okay.
In that, I think that my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that Ordinance 828, 10-2904 was adopted to be consistent with our general plan, the housing element of our general plan, which is the only element at that time in 2013-14 submitted to an outside state agency for approval. which is housing community development. And it was as part of the land use constitution element as adopted in our general plan that that ordinance was adopted as part of consistency with that general plan element.
Yes.
And that 3 times, in 2016 and 2017 and 2019, after adoption of this ordinance, the Planning Commission nevertheless went ahead and approved the one-year extensions. Am I misstating anything?
That's correct.
Okay,
The
thank you.
Ordinance 828, which codified Section 10904, was adopted in 2013, based on the housing element, also adopted in 2013, and the Planning Commission took those actions subsequent, which I would note does not prevent this council from still enforcing 10904.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions, Randy?
It's just some more clear. Obviously, the dates are important on all of this. So just, again, the same thing, just correct me if I'm wrong. In 2007, the permits were approved.
Here precision is key because a vested right only exists for a building permit that authorizes substantial vertical construction. In 2007, a design review permit, a tentative tract map, and a tree permit were approved, not a building permit.
Okay, when was the building permit approved?
They pulled a building permit in 2012 for underground utilities. They have never pulled a building permit for vertical construction, and that's why they have no vested right in staff's analysis.
Okay, because that's one of my questions is had they applied for that permit and had they started construction, would our housing tenants that we voted on in 2014, the affordable housing, would they have had to have met them if they had already started construction?
If the applicant had pulled a building permit in 2007 or thereabouts and expended substantial sums of reliance on it and began construction, then they would not have to comply with the 2013 requirement because they would have pulled a building permit and physically begun the construction of the project.
And at any point in time, do we know if when they were asking for extensions that they were made aware of the new affordable housing tenants that they would be required to meet? Do we know that? Or is that our responsibility, or is that their responsibility?
I can't speak to the history of 15 years of discussions between a variety of staff members and the developer, so I don't know exactly who said what when over those 15 years. But generally, everyone is obligated to know the law. Ignorance is no defense, and the city has no particular obligation to inform them each time of that new requirement. But I can't speak to what happened over those years with all those staff.
Thank you, Matt. Other questions?
So if we had had these requirements to replace low-income affordable housing back in the year 2000, for example, when the evergreen cottages were demolished, those would have been replaced because they built, multi-million-dollar condominiums. But to the best of my knowledge, there was never a replacement for all those little cottages where our gardeners, our restaurant workers lived. But if we had had this, they would have been mandated to replace it.
They would have been required to replace the affordable units with affordable units.
One last question, Mayor.
Randy?
So just coming back to this term affordable, you're saying the Becker Group brought to our attention in 2020, correct, that the 8 units that are in question were all
all affordable, 7 moderate,
all
1
affordable, but the definition, I'm not sure what the definition is. If a structure is 80 years old and isn't worth $2,000 a month to rent, does that make it affordable because someone's renting it for $500? So how does that, how do we clarify that term, and how is that applicable to what we're saying here, that we're saying now that those were affordable housing and therefore they have to replace them? At what point was that determination made, and at what point was that made clear to the Becker Group?
Yeah, and that was made in 2019 when the city council was considering approving the time extension. At that point, that was the time where we know, like we said, we can't speak to the whole history and, you know, what staff said what 15 years in the past, but that's where we know that the applicant was informed of that requirement. I think, like I said, I think it's fair to say, I think the applicant disagrees with that requirement and disagrees with our reading of that code, and that's fair. But we had told them that was the city's reading of the code, and that's what led to us trying to negotiate the development agreement as the quote-unquote compromise. And so they were notified in 2019 as we noted, because going through this time frame, that means this project, or the initial DRP had been issued 12 years before.
Right.
But at the same time, that is why there are time limits on permits, and that is why you have to go back through the process. So,
Well, last question, Mayor. I think that's why, or to clarify this, I think it's just important that the community understands this, what the gray is, because the gray is what's going to be litigated.
Correct, and that's, you know, that's why we wanted to point out the requirements and how we analyze those, because we do expect and from our prior discussions, there's disagreements on how those are read, but these are the city's positions.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will go ahead and open the public hearing, and we will begin with Anita Cram, and then L. Caldwell, and
Pardon
then
me.
Larry Steingold.
Pardon me, your Mayor, since we're the applicant,
Oh,
don't we
I'm
have an
sorry.
opportunity to speak? Okay,
Pardon me.
thank you. Okay. Hello, Mayor and council members. I'm Beth Collins. I'm from Brownstein Hyatt, and I'm a land use lawyer. I represent Becker, the owner, before us today. By way of background, my firm and I represent private developers and landowners, like I'm doing today, but I also represent public agencies. So I've sat on both sides of this discussion, so to speak, and I do so regularly in my work. I submitted a letter, which you all have, and as I explained, I was very recently brought into this matter. I know some of you have dealt with this for years and years and years and years, as we saw in the staff report. I only have days here on this matter. Some might say just in time, some might say way too late, but here I am. So I'm still getting up to speed on this matter, and for that reason, frankly, out of the respect that I have for your city attorney, and his firm, which I have worked with over the years a number of times, I ask that you all grant us 1 month. 1 month for me to get up to speed and make sure that nobody here rushes into anything. Yes, the developer asked for this meeting. I was not involved. I did not sign off on that request. And yes, there's a lot of frustration. I can feel the frustration in the room. I can see the frustration around. And I acknowledge it may be just too late. And you may ask, well, why could a month make a difference? Well, I would say, and this may seem strange, but 2 lawyers is better than 1. I know you might say 2 lawyers is too many, 1 lawyer is way too many, but in my experience, in a situation like this, 2 lawyers is better than 1. You are more likely to have both sides be receiving rational, strong advice and really understand the pros and the cons of the choices they're making. And it makes better decision making. So based on my assessment, I've dove into it. You've seen my letter. My team and I have dove into this over the last few days. I do believe that giving us this month will be the best chance to actually getting to a mutually agreeable solution here. I believe that all potential solutions that have been discussed could be on the table if we allowed that month. So I really hope that this council opts As I say, I represent public agencies. I represent applicants. I am a rational human, and a very good lawyer, and I am very good at resolving things. Your council is the same. I think it would really help if we could just have a honest discussion that might help us come to a solution here. If your council's not inclined to grant me that, and honestly your staff and my client that time, I do have some comments. I bet you're not surprised that I want to make for the record. So I'll just make a few comments for the record. Some, you've seen the letter. I won't repeat what's in there. I will say, the letter lays out the vested rights argument, which I heard some comments regarding. There is case law that it's not substantial vertical construction is not necessarily the standard, okay? There is case law, state law, that it is substantial investment of time and money in reliance on the permits, okay? Your lawyer, listen to your lawyer, that's your lawyer, but there is case law that says something to the contrary and does not include vertical. Separately, I think there are some good reasons here. Well, honestly, under the law, the extension should also be granted. And one of the main reasons is the Housing Accountability Act. And I'm reading off my phone because I got these by email, so I apologize. So the City Council's proposed resolution, in my opinion, incorrectly finds that the project is not subject to the Housing Accountability Act. That's one of the new state laws regarding housing. The Housing Accountability Act actually applies to any project that creates new residential units, including the cottages, when the project complies with applicable objective written development standards at the time the application was deemed complete. Notice that your council keeps pointing you to the time here when we're granting the extension. Under the Housing Accountability Act, it's at the time the application was deemed complete. This DRP that's going to be granted well, we hope, would result in the construction of 2 brand new units in Ojai. Okay, the units in space, without a DRP, they just units in space. They're not actually constructed housing, okay? This city itself has already found that that development complies with your development standards multiple times. Here, the project entitlements issued in 2007 plainly indicate that the city found the project consistent with all objective standards in effect at the time the application was submitted. Because the final map was previously recorded, so the subdivisions happened, it's already condoized. The approval only before the city tonight is just the extension of the DRP, and that's only to do with the design of the cottages. This finding is underscored by the fact that the City of West Hollywood case, I cited it in my letter. I'm sure you haven't looked up every case that I cited in there, but the City of West Hollywood case was exactly this situation. It was the County of LA had approved the condoization of some apartment units, and the City of West Hollywood incorporated and then tried to apply their laws. And the court said, no, it's too late. You already had a final map recorded, so you can't. They have a vested right. They have a vested right to those condo units, okay? So that means we only have the development, the design of the project, the design permit up before you now. Under the Housing Accountability Act, your city council may only deny a project if it can make findings that the project would have a specific adverse impact upon the health or safety, and there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the adverse impact. That's in the Government Code 65589.5J. The city's denial of the extension would effectively deny the project, given that it proposes to construct 2 new housing project or units. Accordingly, the city does not and cannot find that the design review permit does not comply with the applicable sections of Article 20 of your zoning code, setting forth the design review permit requirements. Okay, in essence, well, I'll sum up in a second. The city has not identified any objective written design review standards applicable to the project or relevant to the design review permit. Further, it cannot show that any violation of the city's design review permit standards would have a specific adverse impact on public health or safety that cannot be mitigated. Moreover, the city's findings to grant the extension cannot be applied if they're not objective. Okay, the Housing Accountability Act, remember, it was squelching public agencies' ability to say no to projects, and they said you have to say no under objective standards, and you don't have any here. So, as such, should the City Council deny the project without complying with the Housing Accountability Act, Becker has the right to sue the project under the Act and collect attorney's fees. You heard that already from your attorney. So, I don't want to sue you all. I mean, that's just the sum up. I don't, and I'd rather please give me a month. If we can't work this out, then we'll be back here in a month and you can do what you'll do. But I'd rather have a chance to see in this moment, before the denial, whether or not we can work something out. So, thus, I respectfully ask for the 30 days from this council to work things through. I reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal, and if you have any questions, we're here for you.
Any questions from council?
I have a question of
Susan?
Beth.
Okay, go ahead, Susan.
So, Beth?
Yes, hi.
Would you be able to promise that if we granted you a 30-day extension, that after 30 days, we still deny the project, that you would not sue us?
Through the mayor, councilwoman, I deeply respect the question, and really, I do. Unfortunately, that is not in my power.
Thank you.
So, Mayor.
Okay,
Mayor,
anything else?
Any other questions?
I had a question for Beth.
Okay.
You know, Susie, if you don't ask, you don't receive. I love it.
Yeah.
So Beth, I said it earlier, the goal here is not to litigate the gray. I'd be inclined to give you the 30-day to vote for a 30-day extension, only if part of that discussion was the agreement that the 2 council members had originally worked on for 2.5 years was what you were looking at to come back to council with. If you're thinking of doing something separate, different, or they're not in agreement and they can whisper it in your ear tonight and say, we're not going there, then come back and tell us that. But this is the second time in 8 years that affordable housing has been before this community. And each time it's just been beaten down, and it's been beaten down because of lack of education and lack of communication and lack of understanding of what we're trying to achieve. Those 2 gentlemen over there worked their butts off, and Mr. Becker worked his butt off for 2.5 years to come up with something that was doable. When it's all said and done, and we're going to get back to the discussion about this in a minute, what would we end up with if we don't try and work through this? And I'm going to ask that when we get into the discussion, because my gut says right now, we're looking at in the workable agreement was 24 affordable units. It'll be interesting to see tonight what's left, we're going to get when the dust settles, because it's not going to be 24, it's not going to be 25 units.
Mayor, council member Haney, to answer your question, the question of what you'll get is definitely going to be part of any discussion that I would have over the next 30 days. It would be 2 smart, rational lawyers talking through the strengths and weaknesses of each of the cases, what would each side get, and how, I mean, frankly, how can we each get to them the fastest way possible? And often litigating for a 1.5 years, followed by a year in appeal, isn't the fastest way for the city to get housing or the applicant to get a project. So there is and I mean, there's a reason you've been talking for the amount of time that you've been talking, because settlement is a path that, if it's viable, I think we'll know in 30 days. And if you can ask me in 30 days, can we settle this? And I will have a better answer. I don't know right now, but I know if you just say no, we're in a different spot.
Any other, Ryan, you have a question?
James, if we, based on our motion later tonight, if we cancel the council meetings that are on there, when would our next meeting be that's a month from now?
So it would be, if we adopted the schedule earlier, it would be the first meeting in December would be the
And
next
isn't that when
meeting.
we swear in the new council?
Mhm.
Yes. So just so you know, the ad hoc committee won't be here anymore. And we've been working on this for a year and a half. So it's you know, I'm an attorney as well, and I just, by the way, I always think it's funny when attorneys say I'm a great attorney. I've never had an attorney ever stand up and go, I'm a horrible attorney.
Touche.
There were some actual rational people in the room during those negotiations. I don't know if, you know, we didn't rescind the offer. I'm disappointed we couldn't get where we wanted to with it, with some of the support in the public, but that's a different reason. I know that we're staring at probably two worse options, and it'd be great to have a third. But I don't know how another month would even potentially end up in anything. There won't even be an ad hoc committee anymore. So unfortunately, you may be a day late. Even if we want to do it, it wouldn't make any sense. And we just, unfortunately, continue this a little further than we wanted to. So I guess my question would be, how would you plan to move forward, understanding that if we gave you a month extension?
Understanding that, first, there are, and I don't know your history of holding specials, but there is a possibility to hold special meeting. That is in the realm of possibility. Yes. So your schedule that you just cited, maybe we could find a time for a special meeting in there. Separately, even without the ad hoc committee, I think it would help with two lawyers on each side. And mind you, I don't know the reams of work. Actually, I know that you spent many, 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 many hours, and that it would help to have the ad hoc committee, for sure. But I'm not convinced that there's not a path to solution. Maybe it's not the exact solution that you were talking about before, but there could be a solution other than just litigation, even without the ad hoc committee.
Mayor, I have
Okay,
another question.
go ahead, Susan.
Okay, here's my other question. You said you just started to dive into this, and you're aware that at the last meeting, we discussed all 4 properties together. So my question is, big if, we granted you a 30-day extension, could you guarantee that we would just continue to discuss each project separately?
Separately or together?
Separately.
Oh, okay.
Just like we're doing tonight, so that the affordability is built into each project, not 10 years or whatever many years it was on South Montgomery, for example.
I can't, council member, through the mayor, I can guarantee that all scenarios will be considered by me and discussed with your council, and whether it's looking at it separately, what are the options that each of us can do by right, what are the litigation risks associated. I'm going to try to think about everything as your council's already done. But, I mean, respectfully, sometimes having another side to speak with helps the analysis. And so maybe Mr. Summers will have some new thoughts based on things that I say about strengths or weaknesses or new approaches or arguments. I might be able to come up with something that others haven't thought of before.
Thank you. I just have, well, maybe this is for staff and not for you, Beth, but just to confirm, those 20 moderate income units would be about $3,500 a month, and the 5 low income units would be approximately $2,500 a month?
Do you know the rate
25
levels off the top of your
units in the development agreement, is
Well,
that
it's
what
a
you're
six-
referring to?
It's 65 units, so we were talking about the development agreement.
Okay.
You know,
Yes.
40 market rate, 20 moderate,
Mhm.
and I think the rent would be about $3,500. I just wanted to confirm, and 5 low income, which the monthly rent would be approximately $2,500. So I just wanted to confirm that.
I think those sound about right. It's 20 moderate, 5 low.
Okay, and just to confirm, nothing for very low, extremely low, or acutely low income households.
Correct.
Yeah, that's correct. The
Okay.
development agreement only had the 20 moderate and the 5 low, nothing lower.
And the low would be approximately $2,500 a month.
I believe that's right, but I don't have those precise figures in front of me.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a good question, Mayor. And I'd like to bring that back when we get into deliberation. Getting back to Beth's comment about a special session. So the election is November 8th. The seating is the first meeting in November.
Yeah.
That's
Second.
December. So we do have a November meeting, and through November, if we wanted to do a special session. So what's 30 days from today?
Well, so if we were going to have a special session, the proposed date was November 15th.
And I have a question then. Procedurally, Matt, you know, it's not that we seat the council in the first meeting in December. It's that's the first meeting after the election generally. So if we have an election, again, do we have to seat the new council at our next meeting if it's a special meeting, or do we get to delay that?
The requirement is that the term length is tied to the first meeting after certification of the election, which happens 30 days after the election.
Yes.
Okay.
So the council this current 5 could very much meet in November at any point to consider the matter. The reorganization and the certification of the elections will happen on December 13th, as scheduled.
And then just lastly, the affordable units at the cottages, right? Under the information that we received from the developer, what were those levels?
Our information is that cottages has current tenants as of January 2020. 7 were moderate income tenants, and 1 was a low income tenant.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Beth.
Thank you.
We will go ahead and open the public hearing now. First, we have Anita Cram, then we have L. Caldwell, and then Larry Steingold.
So I'm sure reasonable lawyers can discuss reasonably, but it will not change the fact that you have a housing element and that you would be evicting low-income residents with no place to go in violation of your housing element. But I would like to thank city staff, Vega, for their acknowledgement of the housing element and of being courageous enough to enact the housing element. Thank you. So, I would like to mention a couple other things. Page 3 of the administrative report for this public hearing states, the project applicant intends to keep the exterior of the existing dwelling units unchanged except for some minor paint and any necessary minor repairs, but may renovate the units. Of course, they're tearing down walls and increasing the site, so this is inaccurate. And I would like to know why this persistent error continues in this document when it was also in the July 12 one. So there's a problem with that because it's based on inaccuracies, and the previous documents want a SECA exemption based on that inaccurate, false, not factual information. So I would like to also talk about the conservation element of the City Council and also the biological resources in particular. Now, I submitted a detailed comment, public comment. You may not have gotten it yet because it just came today. I did email it to Mayor Betsy, so at least someone may have a chance to read it. This is an oak woodland habitat around the cottages among the flowers. There are many species. It's a complex ecosystem, a complex community of birds that live there. I happen to have extensive background in birds biology, zoology, ornithology. I know what I'm talking about. There are many organizations that have listed species that I personally have seen on this property as threatened, near threatened, declining populations. We have no clue what we're delving into this oak woodland habitat that extends from cottages to bungalows to the foothills to the Los Padres National Forest. It's a wildlife corridor. Ojai values this. Open space fits into this also. Our community is a nature-oriented community. We don't want to encourage habitat encroachment. The biggest threat to birds today is habitat destruction, degradation from development and disturbance. So we need to make a stand as a community on our nature community, the fellow citizens in trees and wildlife that live here, and that we will support them. And there's also elements, the conservation element, which sorely needs updating. I think 1988 is the date on it. And also the open spaces element. You're legally obligated to those just as well as you are to the housing element. So I would encourage City Council to vote no on this because, these previous discussions, permits, it's gone on and on ad nauseum. I've lived here since the beginning of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita.
I hope I can say the same about City Council. They're good work.
Okay, next we have Elle Caldwell, Larry Steingold, and then Peggy Lacera.
I'm one of those people that this is one of my worst fears, but I've decided to come anyway, and hello. I'm grateful to have lived and worked in Ojai for 20 years, and I've lived at the Mallory Cottages for the better part of 15 years. The Mallory and Flower Cottages are one of the loveliest little micro-communities in Ojai. With the current extreme shortage of all affordable housing, and especially for low and very low income folks, the people who could be displaced from these dwellings have no place to go in Ojai right now. I hope you can understand the concern among many cottage residents and the community at large. Many of the cottage folks have invested and created lovely, if not rustic, homes. The current housing crisis is at the basis of many of Ojai's problems. The solution I see for affordable housing is to build it. After all these years of essentially a moratorium on new building, we need a strong group of moderate, creative thinking community members willing to work cooperatively, along with city officials to stand up and work for creating this housing. We can't keep saying that we need affordable housing and then no part of the community lets this happen. This would not be such a fraught situation if there were other options for people to live. There's an abundance of possible solutions if we work together. The alternative is the continuing scarcity of housing and the continuing escalation of prices. What it really comes down to is what kind of community the community wants. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caldwell.
Did you get her name? Okay.
Next, we have Larry Steingold, then Peg Lacera, and then Sabrina Venskis. Larry, are you here?
He had to leave.
Oh, okay. Peggy Lacera?
Hi, my name is Peggy Lacera. I've lived in the Ojai Valley for 22 years now. The landscape of this issue has shifted 3 times since I've walked in the door, and so none of my prepared comments are going to work. I would like this community to take a step back and look through a broader lens at the kind of community we're cultivating with every decision that we make. I read the UN Sustainability Index for 2022 this week, and I don't know if any of you have seen that, but the United States now ranks 41st. The Sustainability Index is a compilation of 17 indices that roughly reflect the quality of life for ordinary people, for plus or minus 1 standard deviation from the norm. We rank 41st. We're between Cuba and Bulgaria. And, you know, we think of ourselves as being a wealthy country. We have, you know, we breed billionaires, and we're really a hollow culture. In the last decade, at least, in Ojai, I've seen this gradual degradation of the culture. One of the things that I think is lovely about Ojai is the art projects. The Art Commission has done a wonderful job of convincing the community to support public art and to take a percentage of every bit of building and construction of any kind in the city, and we take a percentage of that to build public art. And we've got a hardscape of public art all over the place. This stuff is going to be here for 100 years. Why can't we now make a decision to shift that income to the city, to affordable housing, so we can finally meet the state's requirement for providing adequate housing for all of the citizens of Ojai. There are, as L. Caldwell said, there are many things that we could be doing with, and I appreciate the work of the ad hoc committee, but the ad hoc committee are all landed gentry in Ojai and maybe aren't seeing the whole picture. They're brilliant men. They're not necessarily going to see all of the possibilities or have a profound awareness of all of the problems confronting the citizens that are trying to stay in Ojai. Affordable housing is a problem that solves itself. We just leave. We just leave if we can't afford to stay here. And the problem never gets solved. It's really time to make the solution to that problem the centerpiece of what's happening in this council, because it affects everything. We talk about education, public, I'm sorry, I'm going a little bit over my time, but I'm going to do it, because we do have public schools that rank 3rd, 4th, and 7th. Our high school ranks 7 out of 10 in the state of California. The state of California, the last time I checked, was 27th in the nation, and our country, it ranks, you know, somewhere below, you know, other third world countries.
Thank you, Peggy.
Anyway.
Thank you very much.
We need to do better.
Thank you. Next, we have Sabrina Venskus, then Anita Hendricks, and then Sharmila Mali. Okay, Anita Hendricks? How about Sharmila? Oh, Anson Williams? And then we have Deborah Lees.
Boy, I just kind of wrote this down quickly here. It's quite an event tonight, huh? Mayor Stick, City Council members, yeah, I'm Anson Williams. I am not a lawyer. And I'm not here to argue the law. But I have to ask, I really got to ask, how the hell did we get here? I mean, we went from 8 affordable units at the cottages among the flowers to nothing. How did we get in that position to face expensive litigation? Come on, man, we can do better. And honestly, there's an open door here for negotiation. There's an open door here to get back to where we were, all right? We can make this work. And we have to be logical, open-minded, and rational, common sense. Please, take these 30 days, for God's sakes, open the door. It's right there for us. And let's make it work. Let's get those 8 cottages back, maybe more. But we have to connect, and we have to collaborate, all right? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Deborah Lees. Martin Crawford? Nope. Anyone on, oh, sorry.
Hi, my name is Deborah Lees Martin Crawford, and I go by Lees. I wanted to thank you all for all the people who've worked on this over the years. and the people have worked on it since 2019. I've been in Ojai since 1995, and I came here as an artist and became a healing arts therapist as well, and I work retail too. So I see a lot of different constituents. I have a lot of artist friends who are struggling to stay here, and that's one of the things that makes Ojai its seminal, quality, are the artists and the healers and the creatives. And so I was part of going to the negotiations about the condos that ended up next to the art center. And I really do encourage a consensus that's going to bless everyone, with collaboration. I think, even though we're not inclined to give 30 days, and there may be some good legal reasons not to, I feel like intuitively it's a good idea for us to do that and to strive to come to some kind of consensus that isn't even on the table yet. I do feel like it's critical to Ojai to maintain its milieu and its creative intelligence to, have really good affordable housing, and perhaps this will plant a seed for something that's not even here yet. So those are my thoughts. And my sister too, we were both originally against giving any more time, but listening to all of this tonight has brought me to this other place. So let's be creative together. Thank you.
Thank you, Lise. Next, we have Jeffrey Starkweather.
I didn't intended to speak, partly because I didn't even figure out exactly what was supposed to be happening tonight until I saw the letter from the council for the Becker Group. I certainly support the idea of giving 30 days to try to work something out. I think the unfortunate thing, we're here in part because there was an organized effort at disinformation about this whole development proposal. The disinformation about the lack of water, the disinformation about traffic. I would point out, someone mentioned low and very low. Under the housing element, we're only talking about low because there were no very low initially. There's low and there's moderate. And I want to definitely support Ms. Caldwell's statement. We can't solve this problem unless we build some housing. You can't go, the recent enrollment study by the school system showed that for 22 years, we have not built a single multifamily complex in the city of Ojai. And our schools have been losing students, and they pointed out a trajectory of 4 options, and we're on the bottom one, where we're going to end up with like 1,500 students and 271 at a high school. How can you function at a high school with 271 students? We have to actually, and to make something like this work best, you would also be building new units so that people, if they get displaced for things to be fixed up, have somewhere to go, they could come back. But if we don't do anything, we're stuck in this situation. I thought the original agreement was a step forward, although I preferred it would have been a little stronger on affordable housing. I just think the biggest problem is that the 2 gentlemen, Mr. Blatz and Mr. Wyrick, who actually negotiated this and understand why they had it, they should have been speaking first, and maybe some of the speakers would have had a little knowledge on which to make their comments. So whether this can be worked out or not, as a lawyer myself, giving lawyers and clients time to work things out rather than forcing something on them. Think about the cost of litigation. What do we gain? We get no affordable housing and we get litigation. I don't see why that's a very good option. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Gail, any comments online?
If there's anyone in the Zoom queue who would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand function now. And we've got...
Oh, I'm sorry, we have one speaker. I had put my card in.
Oh.
Hi, my name is Robin Graham, And in my past, I have worked for the city of Roseville, California in the Housing and Redevelopment Division. And the city of Roseville, I don't know if anybody's familiar, but they have created more affordable housing in Roseville than in the whole SACOG, which is Sacramento Area Council of Government area. And we had a staff that was extremely dynamic and up to date on what all the rules were. The city of Ojai is a small town in comparison and certainly cannot afford to hire the amount of people and the people who know how to address council and tell them how to proceed. So I think that basically, as I'm an onlooker, I see this as a chess game, and you're put in this predicament today on purpose to have to vote for this for litigation purposes on behalf of the Becker Group and so on. I have a question as to Beth. Is her last name Beth Wilson?
No, Collins.
Collins, okay. All right. And also, you know, I just think that it's funny that they've decided not to come back and talk to you, but now they're putting you in a position, and it's not a very fair position. And I don't know, I just say shame on people. If it doesn't pencil out for the developer, then it just doesn't pencil out, and it's not the city's responsibility. So anyway, I say if you're going to sue us as a community, shame on you. You live amongst us. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Teal Rowe and then Ray Powers.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Teal Rowe, concerned citizen. I heard a new word tonight, condensation? Was that a new word I just heard? It was just like you learn something new every day. I'm going to hold the course and ask that the council please follow staff's recommendation and not go with the extension. Whatever the dialogue that threw that off course, I would like to stay on course with that. And if for any reason this project does go through, I ask for a current CEQA review, not a 15-year-old one from when the permits were first pulled, not 5 years ago, not 3 years ago. I ask for the council to speak to and take into your hearts when you leave the environmental impacts of this area, because I don't know if you guys understand the energy that comes down the canyon through that waterway. And there's energy that comes into Ojai, and I don't think anybody's spoken to it. So I would like to speak to the soul that comes from our environment and that we all take for granted every moment. If this project for any reason goes through, or if you decide to do the 1-month extension, I would like the council to remember the comments from the July 12th meeting, 14th, whatever the date was, meeting, because those people, some of those people will be displaced. And I would like the council, even though some of you will be gone, to speak and acknowledge those who will be displaced. I would like the council to acknowledge water security and the cumulative impacts on the environment, which I've already mentioned, environmental impact, but there should be some kind of legal review that we can be backed up by. And the last thing I'd like to say is if, you know, Like you're being threatened to be sued right now, and it works. It works. I think that the community will back you guys up because this is a really big deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Teal. Next, we have Ray Powers and then Fran.
Teal left this beautiful, gigantic acorn on the podium, which I'm aware of, once they start falling and on the trees now, means it's going to be a rainy season. So the trees tell us something about that. I wasn't going to speak, but as I've been accumulating and sitting with and processing everyone's comments, I wanted to come up. I do want to thank the ad hoc committee. That was painstaking. I couldn't have done it. And thank you for council and everyone who preceded you that's been discussing this particular development since 2007. I want to acknowledge that since 2007, a hell of a lot has happened. I mean, we're still calling drought a drought, but in reality, there's aridification happening. We are turning into more of a desert climate. It's just so. The data shows that. So we can call that misinformation, that there's not enough water and blah, 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 right? But there's 3 to 5 years in the lake, and if something doesn't happen and diversions don't happen and the Matilaha Dam doesn't come down in time and people keep sinking new straws or sucking out of the straws that are in the wells out of the groundwater basin, you know, we need to be far-sighted instead of short-sighted, because 3 to 5 years will go by in a blink, and then where will we be? So I don't say there's not enough water. I say there's plenty of water. However, our building ordinances and any new building, there aren't ordinances or policies that are demanding that if you build, you have to have gray water installed, you have to have rainwater harvesting, you have to have cisterns underground, because that's the climate we're living in now. So some things need to be put in place. I want to acknowledge the Becker Group because you've built some beautiful things in town. I was on the Planning Commission when you built the Breezeway development there, and those businesses, they're beautiful. So, you know, they've done really good work here in the past. The state's qualifications of what the state says are affordable, look, we all know, at least I know, that's pretty bogus, those income levels. How they came up with that, what that agenda was, I don't really know. I wasn't in on those discussions, but they're hardly affordable, and $3,500 and $2,500 for the people that currently live in those buildings, that's not doable. So how do we be super creative, and as Peggy said, think outside of the box in such ways to bring in new perspectives, maybe some new kinds of buildings, maybe some prefabs, maybe some co-housing things. It's tough. Someone in the last meeting, Carol, said, hey, it's private property, he can build what he wants. You know, in a way, that's kind of a point. It is. And the land certainly wasn't built not to turn a profit. I mean, it's a business. Now, where values and ethics and community relief and generosity comes in, that's a whole kind of distinct conversation on, as a whole, what kind of community we do want to build, which others before me spoke to. So my time's up. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ray. Next, we have Fran.
Hi. I am just preparing something right now, so I might be a little nervous. I happen to live at the Mallory Way Cabins, and I really love living there. It's one of the most beautiful places I've ever lived in, between California, Michigan, and New York. And I know everyone at Mallory Cabins does consider the cottages our sister property. So I'm feeling I'm speaking for everyone that lives there. I work here in Ojai, make that statement. And I wanted to make clear the incomes who live at both properties. I happen to be very low income, and I know between the cottages and Mallory of others who also are very low, with 1 or 2 extremely low seniors that live there. So it's extremely low, low income, and very low income people. I'm not aware of anyone that's moderate, because I believe moderate is 93,000 and above. And I'm really not sure that anyone at both properties make that much money. That's really all I wanted to say and make clear, is that we are a tight community, as Elle has said, and we are making do here in Ojai. And I know many of us, if we did not have that to live, we would have to leave Ojai. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fran. Any comments online, Gail?
I see 5 speakers online. If there's anyone else in the Zoom queue who would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand function now. And I'll call on Nitana, no last name. Nitana, if you're there, would you please unmute yourself? There, you can go ahead and speak.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council, Mayor Sticks, and staff. I agree with my neighbor, Fran. I live at Cottages Among the Flowers, and I would be there tonight, but I'm home with my child. And I believe there is disinformation, and part of that is that there are moderate income residents here. I'm not sure where that information comes from, and I would like to know. I believe I'm low income, and a lot of my neighbors are low or very low income here. Also, the disinformation that cottages are falling apart. The 2 closest to West Aliso Street, 312 West Aliso, Units A and B, as we said at the July meeting, we believe have been under strategic neglect. They've been vacant for years, despite so many people desperate for housing in Ojai. These 2 cottages have been vacant for years and falling apart. Those are the only 2 that are falling apart. I'm not sure if my living room, the photo of my living room, is showing up on your screen as I'm speaking. Right? Sounds like it's not. Okay. Well, our homes that we inhabit, we take care of them and they are intact. They are in need of repairs. That's very true. And that's part of the request to restore and preserve the historic cottages. Built in 1929, yeah, they are absolutely in need of repair, but they're not falling apart. We are proud of our homes and they have a lot of beautiful and unique character. Housing, yes, yes, yes. Ojai needs way more housing. It doesn't mean that we need to change our historic buildings that add so much character. And I know at one of the meetings, we talked about an idea. I believe it might have been Haney who brought it up. Mr. Haney, you mentioned looking at some properties where the city could either purchase or the city already owned land and looking at building some affordable housing. So an update on that would be much appreciated, but this is not the only place that we can build affordable housing in Ojai. Also the city, I'm sorry, let me go through my notes here. We have seen residents, Ojai residents, get priced out. And I know council members, Francina, you know this very well, as you have been looking for housing. I did a search on Zillow tonight for places under 2,500 in Ojai. 0 possibilities showed up. It is a very tense climate here in our community as a whole, and at Cottages Among the Flowers. We're really tired of being in limbo. We hope you will make a decision tonight to deny the permit request. Thank you.
Thank you, Natanya.
Next, we have Sabrina Venskis. I'll bring her in. Ms. Venskis, if you can unmute yourself, you can go ahead and speak.
Hey.
Yes, we can
Hello,
hear you.
council members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Sabrina Venskis. I know that you've heard from me before on the Becker Development Group developments, and I am with Venskis and Associates, which is an environmental law firm. As you know, we practice CEQA and other environmental law and land use. I hope that you had a chance to receive and review our comment letter on tonight's agenda item. I wanted to just kind of give a little context. I did listen to the attorney for the Becker Development Group, and I can say, as somebody that's litigated against developers over the last 20 years, this kind of tactic that was proposed by the Becker Development Group's attorney is nothing new. It is a strategy, and the strategy is to, when you see the writing on the wall for denial of your project, you ask for an extension. Why do you ask for an extension? You ask for it so that you can pack the record as much as you can in order to set yourself up for litigation. I would highly recommend that you tonight take action. Do not allow for an extension. These people had years to come to you with an attorney that said, I will come up with a solution. I would not give into this game. This is a strategy and it's a game by the developer. Second, I want to point out that the HAA, Housing Accountability Act amendments that the attorney for Becker Development Group is referring to, did not even go into effect until after the October 2017 decision. Third, I just want to make a point. Here is Jeff Becker. He's made millions off this community. And now he is refusing to comply with the city's affordable housing requirements. Why? That's wrong. We shouldn't be giving him the benefit of an extension when in fact he should be giving the benefit of complying with affordable housing requirements that were passed by the city in the form of an ordinance that are to benefit the community. Why doesn't he want to benefit the community? Why is he threatening a lawsuit against the city instead of just simply complying with the affordable housing requirements that are good for the community? If he's a member of the community and he wants to make money off this community, he should be invested in the community and comply with affordable housing requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Next, we have Leslie Hess. I'll bring her in. Ms. Hess, if you're there, you can go ahead and speak. If you'd unmute yourself. There you go. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So Mr. Becker refused to renegotiate with the ad hoc committee, and now he wants a 30-day extension so that the lawyers can battle it out. And this, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but this doesn't sound too transparent. Doesn't sound as if the community can be a part of it. And you were so insistent that the Arts Commission have transparency. I think it's only reasonable for us to ask for transparency in the discussions about the cottages. And I ask that you do not award them a 30-day extension. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie.
Next, we have Bill Miley. Mr. Miley, if you're there, you can go ahead and speak. If you'd please unmute yourself.
I am unmuted.
There you go. We can hear you.
I'm an advocate for affordable housing, as many of you know. These are my comments. One, it's sad that the Becker Group's 4-element development agreement fell apart, which obviously the cottages is part of. And so some of my comments are background on how we got here today. 2, the city loses the opportunity to benefit from 25 new affordable rental housing units deeded for 55 years. 3, on July 12th at the city council meeting, when they discussed the Becker development, public speaking comments and written email submittals were all worthy, but many were irrelevant to the project. For example, about 20 speakers focused on the shortage of water as a reason to deny. Did the planning department challenge that? No, it didn't. The answer should have been, Casitas Municipal Water District determines water allocations, and state law says water cannot be denied to affordable housing without emergency declarations. 5, in my opinion, the city failed to take responsible positions to review each public comment and submit for relevancy, and should then have made that public. Transparency was missed. In my opinion, the project met all state and federal laws. 6, back to the agenda. On July 12th, I did not read or hear any comments about the cottages having to be meet the requirement of affordable replacement because each was on a separate parcel. Now I read that a new interpretation has risen for one owner who has multiple parcels adjoining for rentals has to meet that. Why now and not in July? I'm missing something. We don't have a house trust fund to buy the property. We should. And one criticism of the 4-part Becker group was there are no rentals because they're just not available. They're too expensive. And in conclusion, money to build units that remain affordable for years is what we need. Starting about 2015, I and others tried to get support for affordable developments. We had a 40-unit people self-help housing project that was shot down by the public. Then they said, oh, no, it's just the wrong place. They went silent. We now have no new developments. We have some ADUs, but there's no guarantee they're affordable. What we have this evening is very sad for the public development benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
We have one more, just a single name, Anita. Anita, I'll go ahead and bring you in. If you would please unmute yourself, you can go ahead and speak.
Hello, it's Anita Hendricks. Yeah, I wasn't able to activate the sound earlier. Well, I've for a long time been an advocate of low income, very low, extremely low income housing. And at this point, I mean, we are way, way, way overdue for affordable housing. I have to give some credit to Mr. Becker for providing affordable housing for all these years. But at this point, I would like to recommend that there be no extension. We have the municipal code. He has decided not to comply with the requirement, and this can just drag on and on. So I say, in my limited knowledge, that we not extend this anymore. And please, council, do whatever you can to get affordable housing for very low, lower, moderate income people. Thank you. I also look at, I mean, what would happen to these people if it went through? They would be displaced. So, thank you.
Thank you, Anita.
We have one more who's raised their hand. It just is three initials, JQP. I'm going to bring you in. JQP, if you'd please unmute yourself and you can go ahead and speak. JQP, if you can let us know your name and you can go ahead and speak. You're unmuted. I guess not.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Gail. We will go ahead and close the public hearing and move on to discussion. And normally, oh, go ahead.
Hi, Beth Collins. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Just a brief rebuttal. I need my glasses. Okay. First, obviously, I hope you grant the 30-day extension. To be clear, we did ask staff last week to postpone this hearing, to allow us time to talk to staff. We were told at that time that it was too late and that the hearing needed to go forward. Thus, I'm here and my client's here. Some mentioned they thought it was bad taste to threaten litigation. But to be clear, my clients are actually requesting this extension to avoid litigation. And in fact, they have been participating for years in a process with the city to try to avoid it. If the discussions bear fruit, any entitlement granted by the city would be reviewed and vetted thoroughly. There would be a fully public process, so we wouldn't have to worry about anything being behind closed doors as far as any action by the city. And then to speak, one of the speakers mentioned the HAA. The HAA is in effect at this time while you're taking your action, the Housing Accountability Act. And as your own city attorney also stated, if the facts show that the project is vested, we have a right now to develop that project with no affordable units. Okay? So why risk the city paying fees for its own attorney to litigate those issues for the next years, and then maybe also my fees, the city needing to pay my fees to represent the Becker Group at the end of the case, potentially, when there is potentially a resolution to be found. And we will know it. We'll know if there's potential in 30 days. So that's all I asked for. So I hope that you grant it. If not, I understand. You all have been through a lot on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Beth. And so now we will move on to discussion. Normally I speak last. I would like to speak first tonight. I do not think that we as a city should ever displace residents. We should not be evicting anyone. And we can say no here to evicting residents. There are no affordable units in this project. We're losing 8. The staff's recommendation is based on the city's commitment to protecting affordable housing. And it is our responsibility as a city council to withhold that. And so I would definitely be in support of following staff's recommendation. The environmental impacts, it's been 15 years. And we need to look at the CEQA issues, the water. Aridification is here, and it's happening now. And so I think, to quote Ray, we need to be farsighted here and really look at what kind of community we want to be. Do we want to evict people, or do we want to help people? And I think that's the bottom line here. And so I don't see any reason to extend for a month. I think it's pretty clear that we need to deny this and go back to the beginning.
Is that your motion, Mayor?
Well, I'm ready to make a motion. Of course, I want to hear from my council members. So yes, but I'm ready to make a motion to deny the request for a 1-year extension.
Okay.
Okay. Ryan?
Well, I just want to say the city's not choosing to evict anyone, and we can't stop people from being evicted. That's not a thing we can do. That's landlords evict people, not cities. And again, this is missing something that I think the public has missed. And unfortunately, we're going to have to talk about the development agreement on some level, because there's that backdrop of what's going on with the potential offer or whatever the heck is going on. But that included a plan, not only a very positive relocation plan that extends way past what the state law requires, but it was phased in multi-segments, with the idea being that we did care and made sure that that was not going to be an issue. The different parts of the different properties all had to work together in order to try and facilitate people who are leaving one area that was being rebuilt to be able to have other housing available. That's why the original plan had like a 10-year window of getting everything done, where that was not something the developer really wanted to do. But we wanted to make sure that there was a reasonable way to be able to have people have places to go and have relocation and not do everything at once. But that being said, frankly, I've worked with you guys, Vim and Jeff and Ms. Collins. Thank you for adding on, but you guys ripped up the development agreement and now are asking us to go back and wait for you to come back with either the same deal or maybe not as good a deal or a better deal. It's not our decision that you took it off the table. Now, our council didn't vote against it, regardless of what the newspaper might have seemingly said. Our council decided to engage in further negotiations. I understand why you guys said we're revoking the offer. I understand that's your legal right. But there's something strange about
us offering an opportunity to negotiate a couple of months ago and you refusing and then coming back and asking us to renegotiate with you. That is, I do have a real issue with that. You don't necessarily get two bites at that apple. We offered that as a council and you revoked the offer and refused to negotiate. So now you have an attorney who apparently told you guys something where you went, oh, you know what, maybe we ought to get back in that room. And I've heard people say that we were afraid of litigation. Well, let me make two things clear. One, this deal, this whole situation is not us deciding whether or not to allow the Becker Group to develop Mallory Way, Cottages Amongst the Flowers, or any of the other elements that we've spoken about in the development agreement. This was previously approved. This is not a situation where we're saying, oh, it's either do this or don't do it. It's either figure out a way to make this better than it was, which is what Mr. Wyrick and I spent years doing, or get sued. And we truly believe that that is going to be the end result. The litigation is what I like to call mutual destruction. The real, just like when you talk about nuclear war, the war itself is the enemy. The enemy itself here is a situation where we all lose. And that is what we're stuck with, either massive litigation fees to defend and win, and we may not still get as good a deal as the development agreement because that's the way the law is written, even if we lose, or even if we win. And if we win, let me say it again, even if we win, it may not be a better deal than the development agreement and cost us a lot of money. And if we lose, it's going to cost us a ton of money, and we're not going to have the luxury of having any money to spend. I'm talking lots and lots of money. Our city budget's roughly $10 million. It could cost us a significant percentage of that annual budget if we pick this fight and lose. And that's why we have this deal. That's why that deal came up. I said it in the last meeting. It's not the deal I wanted, but you have to look at the options here. It's better or two worse options, and now we're stuck with two worse options. Now, when it comes to litigation, Ms. Collins, I appreciate, and I assume you are a very good lawyer, as you stated. But Brownstein was also, Mr. Americana, your colleague, and he's retired 10 years ago, came to Ojai and lectured us about how bad an idea it was to pass a bond to get rid of Golden State Water, and told us how that litigation was going to go. Well, I'm off the floor with them. We beat him in the appellate court. We have Golden State Water gone, and we're pretty happy about it. So I don't sit here under any pretending nature of being afraid of the litigation or worried about it. But again, the litigation is the enemy. The war is the enemy. So I don't think we're necessarily going to lose. But I don't know for sure we're going to win. But I know that it is an alternative that is worse than working together and trying to find a solution that we've worked so hard to do. I also know that the fact that as soon as we got out of that last meeting, that there was no willingness to negotiate anymore, have another discussion, means we pushed them as far as we could go. I truly believe Mr. Morgan and I pushed as hard as we could. I think we felt like we wanted more, but I also think like they were pretty upset about what they had to do in response. Anybody who's been in a really difficult negotiation, it's supposed to end where both parties are right at that brink of where that edge is. And that's where we ended up. So again, this is not about displacing people or developing the town or getting rid of affordable housing. It's taking the hand we were dealt and trying to make the best out of it. And I hope that everybody can understand that. Because I don't really care about continuing it for 30 more days. I've given it all. I don't believe there's going to be a resolution. I don't think if the development agreement comes back up, we're prepared to necessarily agree to it. I don't know for sure. Again, we didn't vote on it before, but the public was overwhelmingly not supportive of it. I'm concerned about whether they were totally understanding of all the ins and outs. So maybe there's an opportunity for it to change. I'm okay with that. But I also know that we tried to renegotiate. We tried to go back to the drawing board, and we were told, it's off the table. So I don't have a lot of faith that we're going to get anywhere with 30 more days, and we're pressing up against the deadline where it's going to be 2 new people doing it. And I have all the respect for whoever takes the seats that we're in, but I think it's going to be a steep learning curve to try and figure out all the ins and outs of how this works and all the different permutations of negotiating that we went through. Again, it is not an easy endeavor to ask someone who has a building permit that they believe is vested to have to acquire other property in the city to be able to hopefully build the affordable housing that we're requiring. But at the same time, I can't sit here today and say anything different than the first meeting I had with the Becker Group and everyone, was that I don't think it's appropriate to allow this project to go through, regardless of whether it's vested or when it happened, without affordable housing being replaced out of these units. And we need to figure out a way to do it. And the first round didn't go real well, but we got to where we got to, which was a substantial improvement to where we believed that that was the best we were going to do, and it avoids the war that is the enemy. So I'm telling you, this is not a good situation for the city to be in, but blame the council from however long ago. You know, resurrect my dad. You can beat him up over it. He was on the council back then. You can beat up whoever else you want to. But I can't do anything about what they did. All I can do is try and make the best. These are the cards we were dealt. So, you know, but these ideas that we're going to send people out on the street, or we are evicting them, or we have some choice, the reality is that they're going to get evicted probably because that's their right as the property owners. They're going to be able to rebuild some of these, whether we like it or not. Their affordable requirements are going to be not as extensive as what we were trying to do. And, you know, it's really saddening. And I understand why so many people don't like it. I lived in Mallory Way. I know how it helped me when I was going to law school to be that entry-level housing. I wish we could build real affordable units, but you know what? None of these people are saying where they're prepared to allow that to happen in Ojai. Nobody's coming up with an alternative plan. There's nothing. 22 years without a multi-dwelling building. The most affordable housing there is are apartment buildings. I don't want to overpopulate Ojai. I don't want to increase our water usage, but we have to make some decisions that are pretty tough. And this is one where, heck, it's kind of easy, not because I like the whole deal, but because the alternative is awful. Again, it's the war that is the enemy, and we have no choice now but war either way if we don't do something else to fix this. So I don't know what 30 days is going to buy us. I'm always willing. My practice, I always tell everybody, hey, we'd always rather figure out a way than have to go down that last step towards really expensive litigation. But I do have a problem honoring that when it's the parties we're trying to work with who are the ones who removed themselves from that discussion. And now we're up against the timeline that we didn't, that at least in the last couple of months we didn't create, as far as, you know, we had a meeting where we could have started that. We brought in people from Habitat for Humanity. We tried to have another discussion, and there was nothing there. So I don't feel like we risked litigation with removing the development agreement. You guys did. But it's a lose for both of us. So I don't know if 30 days has any hope. Obviously, we can't make a lot of promises. I hate saying this in some ways, but I'm pretty much ready to rip the Band-Aid off and move on from this thing. I think we gave our best effort, and I don't think it's going to get any better. But I could tell you that if the development agreement was back on the table and the public understood it and there was more support for it, I'd be hard-pressed not to say that or something a little bit better, which would be nice, would be palatable for our community. But I still don't know if our public would really support it no matter what we come up with or whatever you guys come up with. And that leaves us in a pretty difficult spot. So at the same time, I do want to say the vitriol towards Vim, Jeff, you guys don't deserve that. You guys have really come to the table on this. People, whatever you want to not like them for outside of this, that's fine. But they really worked with us and came to bat. And it may not be as good as everybody wants, but these two gentlemen worked with us and in good faith and have really tried to figure something out that would work. And it didn't always, we weren't all friendly all the time. We put the screws to each other and we really wanted to see it happen. And they could have gone a different route that wasn't as beneficial as where we got. And I hope people appreciate that. I'm not going to vouch for everything else other than Transmission Brewery is beautiful, and I know you guys did that. But let's keep that in perspective, that this is not a situation of yes or no developing this. This is an alternative, and both the alternatives are worse. And I want to make sure everybody understands it. I talked too long anyway.
Is it my turn?
Sousa and then Bill.
Okay. Oh, so first, I want to express my support for your comments and the comments from the public, both written and at the podium, in support of the staff recommendation. And I have some questions and concerns. Oh, and I want to also especially thank Anita Cran for bringing up that this is an old woodland habitat and the issues with the birds and the wildlife corridor. I'm familiar with the area, very familiar. I was not on the city council back in 2007 or whenever it was first brought before the city council, but I did live on West Eucalyptus Street, right next to the Becker bungalows, the Mallory Way bungalows, for almost 12 years. So I know the area, and I walk, I know the field in between and all of that, and I'm very familiar with the number of animals on these properties and the connection, with the water and the mountains. And so let me see if I can organize my thinking, because I've been deeply listening to everyone. But when, at the beginning of the meeting, James, City Manager James Vega, you mentioned the criteria, and one of them was changes in the character of the area and injurious, I just wrote injurious to public health and safety. Now, with that change, that would not just be water, right?
No,
it would include the fact that we are in a housing crisis, an affordable housing crisis. The fact people are being displaced on a daily basis. The difference, back in 2007, you could still drive down the street and see for rent signs. As long ago as I rent my last house that I leased on North Ventura Street, I think it was 2014. The rent was $1,400, and it went up $50 a year, which was all manageable. But that no longer exists. I don't know how to say this more strongly, but there is no replacement housing unless you're a single person without a pet willing to live in some kind of furnished studio or rent a room, and that rent will be around $2,000, if not more, because the housing situation, the crisis is so bad, so dire, that people can ask really anything they want. People will rent a garage. And I think our city manager did at one point.
When I moved
with
here,
his
yeah.
pig and his wife. Yeah. So, to my way of thinking, if that's considered a change in the character of the area, that is injurious to public health and safety, because it means that when people are displaced, their entire life is interrupted. And as I recall, the plan to where, there was some vague plan where people could go, but these people do not. I know lots of people who would rather be homeless in Ojai, including myself, than rent a nice apartment in Oxnard or Ventura. And that's a fact. That's a fact. We love living here. Many of us have lived here, since childhood, or we were born here. They're not leaving, but they're living in pretty dire circumstances. Okay, so that's one thing. The other thing I want to clarify for the public is I want the public to understand what's actually proposed. I mean, some people might be imagining that the cottages will be preserved and there'll be some kind of extension that will preserve the units that we have now. But my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, I always love when Bill says that, is that right now there is a beautiful canopy of oak trees that is exactly what we need for Ojai. We need housing that's underneath a canopy of oak trees. In order for the developer to do his extension, as I recall, there was at one point an approval to remove perhaps a dozen oak trees. I mean, it was a significant number. Even one, in my mind, would be significant. And then the description I got from the historian Craig Walker, who we received an extensive testimony from Craig around 5:15, so I don't know if everyone has read it. But he says, and I quote from his letter, "Two sides of each unit will be demolished and removed. The units are being doubled in size and their roofs significantly altered. They will no longer be, in quote, cottages at all, and will not, and certainly not reflect the size, design, and charm intended by the architect. The mitigation, am I correct? The mitigation is donating photos of the original buildings to the museum. That's considered a mitigation, but it will not reduce the impact on the buildings below the level of significance. And this is not Craig's opinion, but it's the conclusion of the historic consultant. And so, and Craig Walker, longtime resident, he knows the history of the area. He's a longtime former historic commissioner. He also supports that the city revoke the mitigated negative declaration given to this project 15 years ago. The city should send this project back to the drawing board and require a new environmental study that will accurately reflect the actual environmental impacts of this project, not to throw in a few, in quote, mitigations and call it good without any evidence that CEQA requirements have been satisfied. And I want to thank the staff for their excellent detailed report. I hope that everyone concerned will read it, because it's just, this is very, very important. We have watched the low income, the truly low income affordable housing in Ojai disappear one by one. This is the last of it, as far as I know. There may be just a few little units left on Bald. I know them all. If they're in District 4, I know every house there. And those are, by the way, going for over $2,000. Nobody can even use their voucher 8, Section 8 voucher for these. There's nothing. There is nothing. So, what was my conclusion? I lost my train of thought, but yes, I'm definitely seconding your motion. I feel confident that the time has come to take a stand, because what we're doing now will apply to anything else that's left, if there is anything left. That it's not just this developer, but all developers will have to take some level of responsibility to impact on the community and the environment.
What's before us is a decision that should be evaluated in terms of each alternative on a risk-reward basis. I came into this meeting, especially given the withdrawal of negotiation stance from the developers, frankly ready to say, that's why I asked the question of why this was even on the agenda. Because the standard procedure in my mind was to deny the request and start de novo, start over. But listening from a risk-reward point of view, very carefully, to something new, which is the Developers Council that spoke to us. And what I heard was maybe they, the attorneys, are admitting the need to do a de novo evaluation of this entire situation. And maybe we need to at least afford a chance, and I would ask my colleagues to think carefully about affording a chance for, from a risk-reward point of view, for 30 days being a small price to pay for maybe something that could be positive. We know it's going to be, we know the risk-reward, I think, pretty clearly for just a denial without giving a chance for the new council that has come in from the Becker Group to interact with the city. I think the risk-reward is not there to justify simply saying, no, we're not going to have that anymore. 30 days is a reasonable risk-reward calculation to see, to allow that communication to occur. So I'm not exactly on the same page as my colleagues here, obviously, at least at the initial comments, because I think we always have to be available to think about new information that's coming in. And I really do believe that what we've heard from the Becker Council is not what we were hearing from the Becker Group 2 months ago. And I think that we ought to at least see if it bears fruit. We're not eliminating the option that I was frankly tending towards when I came into this meeting, but I like to learn and listen and learn, of saying, look, you guys pulled out of talking, of negotiation. We think we're on solid ground with our general plan consistency. We think you should, you should start over. But I do think that hearing everything and bringing everything to bear, from a risk-reward standpoint, we should take that risk of 30 days to see what might bear fruit in terms of a discussion. And so I could not support the mayor's motion because I think it's unnecessary risk, given the fact that we seem to have a different stance being presented to us by the Developers Council.
Andy?
So there's a lot that's been said. It seems, I keep hearing eviction versus litigation. That's what I'm hearing tonight. We can't let anyone be evicted, and yet we don't want to get caught in any form of litigation. And I'll be honest with you, I lean to that. I just don't see us, I don't see any win coming out of that, period. The other thing that happened, and it's hard to believe it was 2 months ago, but I think Eagles got in the way. And not just the applicants. I think some Eagles got bruised on this council. And with the 2 months in between, I think taking a step back and recognizing that we achieve more by seeking solutions than we do by just saying no. And I said that 2 months ago. In fact, I'm the one who asked to bring this, to do the extension. I'm the one that asked to go and try to renegotiate. And I think, I still feel that way. We have an affordable housing problem. This will affect a certain part of affordability in our community. It won't affect the very low and extremely low. But we have to recognize that going into it. But, my son rents here in town. And he's fortunate that he's found a place that's incredibly inexpensive. But like you said, Sousa, those are few and far between. The average is probably 25 to 35 to 45. So we have an issue, and I don't know if this is going to solve it. But if we have 30 days to listen, and if we have 30 days to evaluate what I'm hearing is they would like to offer to negotiate again. And I'd also like for us in the next 30 days that we should be able to evaluate every piece of city-owned land, that we should be able to look at something comprehensive with one of the self-help agencies, with many Maynards, with anyone that builds affordable housing for low and low-income people. And we need to be looking at that separate from this, because we're not going to get that in this. But we would get, Matthew, I'll need your help on this, 55 years of deed restriction. Does that mean if I set the rate at $2,500 a month, that it can only go up incrementally for 55 years? And let's say it's $100. In
Yes.
55 years, do you think a house in Ojai is going to go for $2,000 a month? It isn't. Let's lock ourselves into something good. And that's what we're not doing here. We're arguing over eviction, or we're arguing over, oh my God, the Becker needs to do more for our community, or. The reality is we have no very low, extremely low housing, and we need that. Let's figure out how to do that and at least evaluate what we have. I know I've talked with James about it. I've talked to Bill Miley about it. I've talked to a number of people about our parcels. Habitat for Humanity is not the person that we want to do these developments. We need, where is it? How come Bill Miley's not here? Because here I have his notes. Like I said, Many Manors, Cabrillo Development Company, who's the agency in Ventura, the self-help. I'm just telling you guys, we can do better if we identify what the problem is. And throwing up this thing that we're going to evict somebody, I think the plan that was put in place was 10 years to create some affordable housing for people to be able to move into. If we've got 10 years to look at our parcels in this community and develop low and extremely low housing, that's what we need to be doing in conjunction with housing that's at that 2,500, 3,500 level. We're willing to throw that out because we're afraid of someone being evicted. I don't want to see anyone evicted, period. No one here does, and no one in the community does. But we've got a problem and we need to solve it. And it's real easy. We can say tonight, nope, you don't get your 30 days. Pull the Band-Aid off the scab. Let's all bleed to death in litigation and not solve a problem.
May I have a turn?
That's where we're at.
Sure. I'm just going to add one thing. This was not approved 3 years ago because we didn't have the units, and we still don't have the units. So once again, we should not approve this.
What units are you talking about?
Affordable units.
And why don't you think we have them?
Randy, we're having a discussion.
I know, I'm discussing it with you. Why don't you think we have them?
Why don't we have the affordable units?
Why?
Well, we have a housing equity issue, and I'm happy to talk to you at any time about that.
Talk about the fact that we don't have any affordable housing in this community in 3 years.
Let's stick to the agenda item.
That's pertinent to this discussion.
Souza?
You want to sugarcoat it.
So Randy, Mayor Pro Tem Randy Haney, I am in agreement with some of the things that you said. I'd be more inclined to be in agreement if you wouldn't shout, because it does make sense to look at options. But for tonight, I want to focus on the cottages among the flowers, what could be a beautiful credit to Ojai if they were appropriately restored, fair rent to help pay for the restoration, and tenants that take pride. People driving by there, instead of seeing the strategic neglect that has gone on, when I go there, I could see in my mind's eye how beautiful it can be, and so can the tenants. Now, as far as the 30-day extension goes, I would be much more inclined to seriously consider that if the developer came to the podium and shared his thoughts. And he doesn't legally have to speak with us, but if he wants us to trust that in addition to a profitable project, they also have the community's best interests at heart, he could speak to that. He could speak, and if I've said things that aren't true, he can still speak to that. Am I right? Because I want to be fair and open, but so far, I only know what I know, which is that I think it's time to support the staff recommendation. We've heard ample public testimony, and staff has laid it out very well. I'm ready to support your motion, however you want to word that.
Mr. City Attorney, you want to make a comment?
Briefly, if I may, building on Councilmember Francina's comments, staff wouldn't be opposed if the council were to ask the developer or his counsel, we can't compel anybody to speak, if they wanted to elaborate on their written request for 30-day extension, which was for additional information, if they're open to negotiating or if they're making some sort of offer. I know we're not cutting a deal tonight, but if they're willing to offer something, perhaps a commitment that there would be some affordable housing, that might help the council consider whether to negotiate further or act tonight.
Thank you.
And if I could just add, I think council members Blatz and maybe Councilmember Wyrick alluded to this, but we were in the room the last time we had a conversation with the developer, and it was no more negotiation, period. And we have reviewed the letter that was just sent before the meeting, and it does not ask for a month to negotiate. It asks for a month for the attorney to learn more, to get more information. And so I don't know if everybody else has heard the same thing, but I have not heard a commitment to negotiate. I've heard a request for 30 days for them to get more information. So I do think it's fair to ask the developer for that commitment that it is 30 days to negotiate. Otherwise, I don't think we're talking about the same request that they're talking about. So,
Council members, Mayor, Beth Collins again, obviously. So I agree with Councilmember Blatz. The reason that I asked for 30 days, and I also agree with Councilmember Haney, there has been a lot of history here, and I think there are egos involved and hurt feelings, and that will, and I think, as Councilmember Blatz was discussing, people got pushed to the edge, and that's what happens in a negotiation. I also agree, and the reason I've asked for the 30 days and pushed hard on my side for the 30 days is because litigation is mutually assured destruction. And everybody in this room wants more affordable housing for Ojai. Everybody. So the question is when, where, when's it appropriate? That is the discussion. And I can tell you, to the question, I will push to have everything on the table in discussions, okay? Whether that comes to fruition, I think is, what ends up happening with that, we will see. But I will never know, and no one else in this room will ever know if we don't give ourselves the 30 days. It's a Hail Mary, say, maybe. It's an attempt. Without it, we have nothing, and we have mutually assured destruction. Thus, that's why I am coming in at this point really recommending strongly to my client that it could be beneficial to spend the 30 days instead of just facing off.
May I ask a question? Without the 30 days, why can you still not do what you're suggesting? Well, there's nothing that prevents you from doing that with or without the 30 days.
It's a good point. There can always be negotiations after you vote. But right now we have a pending application that provides an opportunity potentially in settlement that doesn't exist now. Once the pending application's closed, then we're at a new application. And it's a different procedural posture. So that's one reason. Second, a no vote. Any time in my experience, when people get more dug in, they get more dug in. And so a pause gives everybody a moment. Here we are in a moment. Before there's any final action on the application, before we lose these council members with decades, can I say decades of experience? It feels like decades. It's cat years or dog years of experience where, we have a magic moment before we lose these council members. And there's been massive investment by them personally and by the city in support of them in trying to work something out. So you have institutional knowledge. Now is a moment. And, I don't see the con in the 30 days. To me, there are in giving the 30 days. To me, there are way more pros than running into the mutually assured destruction.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. So one thing, Sousa, just so you know, the way it procedurally works is once there's a final decision by the council, it starts a timeline that's very quick where they have to make a decision to litigate, get the record together. So it does change things very quickly. It's a very quick window. It's not like other litigations. Once that final determination by the council is made, it does change what they have to focus their time on.
But I have a question.
Okay. Just wanted you to know.
They're making the choice to litigate.
Oh, I agree.
That's their choice. They don't have to litigate. She can study this. She can go back and read and listen to the videos, and she can get a sense of the town. She and a developer can discuss a way to make this work that's mutually beneficial. It may not be as profitable, but it could be, as other speakers said at the last meeting, his legacy to Ojai, to create something beautiful, affordable, historical. He can choose to do that. The choice to litigate is solely yours, and you would not have any pressure. There's no pressure. The people are living there, they're paying their rent, life can go on. And if there is a pressure that I'm not aware of, such as a financial pressure, he's got World University. It's been sitting there for a year. I keep looking, I haven't looked in the last few weeks, but there's he's got multiple, you're a developer, and I say this respectfully, I don't mean any disrespect, not personally. I've seen you walking, I'm fine, as a human being. We're two human beings in this world. I'm not trying to vilify, but the fact is that he's got multiple projects going on that he can work on while you consider a way forward with the cottages that preserves the history, that preserves the beauty and the trees and all of that.
So council member, through the mayor, the problem is if there's a denial, it triggers a very short statute of limitations. Off the top of my head, I think it's
a short set of
statute.
The statute of limitations.
limitations.
Hold on one second. So this is why I wanted to discuss with you, and I'll let Matt jump in here in a second.
Hold on.
This is really important to understand.
Yep. Mr.
So
Summers?
it's a 90-day statute of limitations generally to challenge a land use decision, which would include if the council were to approve or deny the requested extension for the cottages permits. Whoever would be unhappy with that decision would have 90 days to file that lawsuit. The city can enter into a tolling agreement with an tolling agreement? Tolling agreement to pause the deadline.
Okay.
If the potential plaintiff is willing to do so. I haven't asked that question. I'm not sure if the potential plaintiff would or would not be willing to enter into a tolling agreement. If the city were to deny the extension, enter into a tolling agreement, and then figure out if a deal could be cut from there. I will pose that question to Mr. Becker and his team and Ms. Collins and her team. They may or may not be willing to agree to it, and I can't force them to. But that's the pressure that they face, is once a denial is made or once an approval is made, whoever is unhappy with that decision has 90 days to file suit. Shorter, 30 or 35 if they challenge it on CEQA grounds, which would not happen with a denial but would happen with an approval, or could happen with an approval.
And I would add, in my experience, there's also a pivot in energy. If you think about each side, once there's the denial and the 90-day statute of limitation, there's a pivot against. It makes it harder to make a resolution. And that's why I'm asking if we just have a moment, white flag, pause, let's have a conversation now that there are two attorneys involved. Everybody on each side can be advised by an attorney about all aspects of it. And then let's see if there's a resolution. And you can always deny it in 30 days if it didn't work out.
Bill?
Trying to understand all this.
I think that's the important point that has been brought up by Mr. Summers, and I'd ask my colleagues to seriously consider. The act of denying, given a changed stance that we're seeing from the Becker's counsel, the Becker Group's counsel, means that it's a narrower choice set of discussion. It narrows what might be able to be discussed between the two councils who clearly both understand where the priorities of this council are. I mean, I'm the one that made the motion initially, if you recall, to be consistent with our general plan and deny the planning commission's approval, because I was frankly outraged that the staff at the time wasn't even mentioning that part of our code. So you understand where I'm coming from.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that we ought to be open-minded enough to understand the reality that a denial narrows the scope of possibilities, of possible good possibilities. Nothing may come of it, but the downside is the risk of 30 days is very low, as opposed to what we know, I think, would be a reduction in possible rewards if we go ahead and deny as opposed to allowing 30 days.
I'd just like to quickly say there is nothing new here, and we've had years to work on this. And it's the same deal 3 years ago that we denied, and we're not getting more units. So I did make a motion. We have a second. Randy, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I'm sorry if my raised voice scared you, but it's emotional. This is 8 years of this, and it's tiring. It's tiring. Every time there's an opportunity, this community says, they swat it down and they say, not in my backyard, or not that group of people, or how dare you think you could put something here? And it's tiring, just tiring. And this may not, like I said, be the best deal for the very low, extremely low. But it's an opportunity to get fixed housing in this community at a fixed rate for 55 years. And that's you just can't throw that aside. Then the other part of it is the fact that we haven't exhausted our own means, that we haven't looked at anything internally. And Mayor, that's what I was taking it back to you. You say, we haven't done anything or nothing's changed in 3 years. Maybe I was misunderstanding you, but what I was trying to say is, of course nothing's changed in 3 years. Nothing's changed in 8 years. Nothing's changed in 20 years. And nothing's gonna change moving forward until this community decides it's in our best interest to take care of our people who don't make 100,000 or don't make 80,000 or don't make even 50,000. We have to take care of them. We just passed a bill this evening, or a thing about a standard of health that we should have in America and in Ojai. Well, where's the right for these people to have affordable housing in this community? Where's your right for affordable housing?
I don't know why you're looking at me.
But I'm just saying, well, because you're always saying that you're looking for affordable housing.
All I know is that
You're all the one always saying that I'm on Section 8 housing and I can't find someone that'll take it.
Can we, let's stay on topic, because.
I am staying on
The
topic.
development agreement is off the table, so
Pardon
we're
me?
talking about the cottages right now.
Yeah, what we're talking about is affordable housing, Mayor. That's what we're talking about. So, again, we can call it what we want. We have an issue here. And we can say no tonight, or we can try and work something out that might even be better than what we have.
Ryan?
Thank you. I just want to say this, and I'm with you. This is going to be a very difficult decision. I'm not going to lie, I still haven't made up my mind. But the difference is, and this happens a lot, and I happen to be in this business, that having a third party who is not you being part of the negotiation does change things. That's why mediation works. That's why having lawyers works, or none of us would have a job. So that does help. It is something that can help. That is different. I will admit that's different. The other thing is, I have been in many high-level mediations and negotiations, and there does tend to be, if there is this second bite at the apple kind of situation, when there is a hard deadline, everybody's probably heard about big labor negotiations or baseball strike. Those things never get settled until either the last day or they continue it a couple extra days, and that's when it gets settled. As a good friend of mine says, if If we didn't have a deadline for Christmas, we'd open presents in March. So I do think that there is some real value in that, and I do I do hope that this is not an endeavor that is lost for, that we go on for no reason. I'll make it really clear that if it is supported that we continue this, you guys better come with your best foot forward quickly, because you're going to be if you're in that room with me, I'm not going to be screwing around. So this is, and if it goes south and the report that comes out is that there was no there, then you guys are going, litigation might be litigation, but it's not going to help, right? Let's just put it that way. So if you're asking me, I can't talk for everybody else, to make a leap of good faith to continue our discussions, I would much rather have an opportunity, and I think Mr. Wyrick convinced me that maybe, another crack at avoiding war is always worth it. But I just want to make it very clear that better come along with some good faith that's above and beyond what we would normally expect.
Okay, well, we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Don't we have to have roll call?
I think for this one, because litigation is certainly possible, let's have a roll call just for clarity's sake.
All right. Roll call, please, Gail.
Councilmember Wyrick?
No.
Mayor Sticks?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Haney?
No.
Councilmember Francina?
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz?
No.
All right, well, we have another motion. Bill?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to continue, and Mr. Summers can correct my language, that we continue this hearing.
My recommendation would be to continue it to the October 25th council meeting with direction to the existing ad hoc committee to negotiate with the developer further in that space, to return with whatever may come out of the negotiations if successful. If nothing, or if not, then return with the item as it is now.
Point is, continuing with the language you just said means that the staff recommendation is still part of the hearing that would be part of that continuation, staff recommendation.
Yeah, we would bring the same
Same, yeah, so I'm going to make that motion.
Hold on, let me ask. Do we need to have a closed session should we have a closed session scheduled for that meeting to be able to discuss
I think
the
we'll be
ongoing
looking
negotiations?
at a closed session faster than that meeting to get some additional direction. So it'll be, the public hearing will be continued if approved to the 25th.
Okay. Oh, that's going to be, okay.
And then we'll have a closed session either on the 11th or special meeting earlier, subject to schedules.
Yeah, just if it's helpful, so October 25th is less than 30 days, I believe.
Yeah, that was
It's 2 days less than 30
Quick
days. The
math.
reason I cited it is because it's a regular meeting.
I think we can shave 2 days.
And I assume that
It's
would
a regular meeting.
We can shave 2 days.
So we have
Let me leave it open, maybe, that depending on where we are, we can decide whether we need a closed session then and then a special meeting, or the only other thing, or a regular meeting. The only thing I wanted to add, and let me ask you this, Matt, because now I didn't think we were going to get here, but I did write it down. You said certifying the election. Isn't it that they have to certify the election in 30 days, but they don't have to wait 30 days? They can certify the election much sooner, I thought.
The county can, they historically have not, but they can.
Right. I mean, I remember there was an election a number of years back in Ojai where it was 4 votes. The county certified it very early before.
Right.
So I'm just saying that if we're legally required at the next meeting after the certification of the vote, there could be a situation when the county certifies the vote prior to when we were thinking about like that November 15th date.
That's theoretically possible, although I would have to double check. As I recall, our code defines the council term lengths as the first meeting in December to the first meeting in December.
Okay. Just
But
want to
I'll
make sure
verify
that's on
that.
our radar in case we get jammed up trying to get
It
this
is
step.
possible, and I don't, for what it's worth, the county has more recently has not, they've taken their full 30 days.
Well, let's get back to my motion,
Thank
which
you.
is to continue to the October 25th meeting with the qualifier as mentioned by the city attorney.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call, please, Gail?
Mayor Sticks?
No.
Councilmember Wyrick?
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz?
Yes.
Councilmember Francina?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Haney?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. We will move on to item number 4, approval of city proposal for Soul Park Programming Partnership.
You want to take a 1-minute break?
Madam Mayor, perhaps a brief recess?
Okay, let's do that. All right, we'll take a couple minute break. Okay, we are back, and we'll begin with item number 4. Can we come to quiet, please? It's the approval of the city proposal for Soul Park Programming Partnership. We have a staff report, James? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And give me 1 second. We have a couple of slides just to lay out the proposal. Let's see. Oops. Soul Park. So as the staff report notes, the City Council several years ago authorized council members Haney and Wyrick to have ongoing conversations with the county.
Not years ago.
With the County of Ventura to potentially partner on or develop some sort of partnership related to Sewell Park. And so we've had some ongoing discussions related to those, and those have really amplified recently as we talked about potentially partnering to improve the programming that we offer at that facility and to open it up for more community usage. So I will quickly walk through some of the details. I won't go through this line by line, but what most people probably know about Sewell Park is that Sewell Park is the county park that's located off Boardman Road. It includes a dog park, paddleball courts, equestrian arena, softball field, children's playground, horseshoe pits, and picnic structures. But a lot of people that I talk to, and myself included, don't typically go to that park because the park has an entrance fee. And the entrance fee is $2 per vehicle on a weekday and $5 per vehicle on a weekend or a holiday. And so as we started to talk with the county, we started to talk about how to eliminate the potential barrier of the entrance fee to get more usage out of that park for the community. And so as a result of some ongoing conversation with the county, we worked with the county to propose a 1-year pilot project, pilot partnership. The report says it's an MOU and a memorandum of understanding, but we actually got a response from the county to the proposal yesterday, I think it was, where the county said that they tentatively, because like myself, they have to go to the Board of Supervisors to get approval, but they've tentatively agreed that they will recommend that partnership to the Board of Supervisors. And so they came back with a couple of little tweaks from what the staff report says, mostly about the formatting. So instead of a memorandum of understanding, they propose a 1-year memorandum of agreement, which is the format they prefer. It doesn't change really any of the terms from what we put in the staff report. But the agreement would allow the city of Ojai to have improved access to increased programming and use of Sewell Park. Essentially, the county says that the gate entrance fees last year totaled $58,000. So the proposal would be that the city would provide a payment of $58,000 annually to the county. That payment would result in the county dropping their gate entrance fees. The county would no longer collect gate fees, and the park would be open to the public. A couple of key items that were important to the county. We initially talked to them about being able to do some of manage certain aspects of the park. The County Parks Department wants to continue to manage or to host the park and do all the host duties. They want to continue the execution of their CAL FIRE grant, which was the $577,000 grant for the tree removal and replacement. So they were not willing to hand over management of that to the city at this point because they have a ongoing grant for that. They also would want to continue to pursue grants and funding for the Ojai Valley Trail, and they also want to continue to manage the rentals of the group areas, horse arena, paddleball court, and ball field. And so that's what they want to keep doing, but what they've offered to allow the city to do is a couple of things. One is, as I said before, drop the entrance fee. Second, the city would, as long as we rented the courts or the paddleball courts, the ball fields, for more than 30 days in a year through our rec program, which is something that we've talked about doing, they would recommend to the Board of Supervisors a 50% rate reduction for rental of those fields. And so we have some of the rates and things, but that would include if we wanted to rent the fields or the paddleball courts for rec programming. We now have another site that we could use for those, and it's a reduced rate to allow us to keep our recreation fees low. And the city can provide rec programming. We can receive fees for that programming. We would just be renting that space if we were using it for programming. And then the third big aspect to the proposal is that it would include an option to lease space for pickleball courts at Sewell Park. We talked about the kind of general structure that we could have a lease for anywhere from 50 to 99 years, where the city pays $1 per year for the space for the courts, with the requirement being that the city would then build the courts, but we'd have that lease so that they'd remain under the city's control. And so those are really the three big aspects of the proposal: is dropping the entrance fee, being able to rent the fields for our rec programming at a reduced rate, and potentially being able to have pickleball courts at Sewell Park that are under the city's control. There's a couple other comments there, just that the agreement's 1 year, and it would allow for amendments by mutual consent and those types of things, but those are really the major elements of the proposal. So again, this slide shows the three elements: the $58,000 annual payment to eliminate the gate fee, option to lease space for pickleball for 1 year, and the 50% discount for the field rentals. So when we put this report together, we had submitted a tentative proposal noting that the full city council hadn't approved it yet, but it was just to see if it was something the county would support. We wanted to come to the full city council to get ratification of that offer. Like I said, since that time, yesterday, the county told us that the staff is willing to recommend to their board at one of their upcoming meetings to enter into this agreement. So we are asking the city council to provide that direction of whether or not to proceed. And then the next step that we are recommending is that if the council determines that this proposal is acceptable, that the council provide direction to staff to finalize the agreement with the county team. And we also are recommending at this point that the Parks and Recreation Commission be able to start discussing potential programming for the park, which that conversation has not yet started. We had a slide that just showed some of the programming that we're rolling out and some of the programming that could happen at the park. I won't go through those in detail. Last thing I think that I expect people to have questions on is the conversation about pickleball, with that being an option at the park. There currently are 3 paddleball courts and 1 pickleball court. This map shows that there's a large parking lot there. We went out and measured, and you could fit quite a few pickleball courts in that area. You could fit in excess of 8 courts in that area. We did do some rough get some rough estimates for constructing courts by overlaying the parking lot. We expect that each court would cost about probably between $20,000 to $30,000 per court. So some of the questions we'd have to figure out is how many courts we would want to build, if that is something we want to do. And then also what additional items such as shade structures, lights, et cetera, which are not included in the cost estimate for just the overlay and construction of the courts. And so that again is another item that the council may wish to ask the Parks and Recreation Commission to work with staff more on, to identify the potential of that project, but we did want to provide that information. So, and with that, I will turn it back over to the City Council.
Okay, questions? I have a question. Go ahead. Okay. I'm confused. Why didn't this go through Parks and Rec, or why haven't they weighed in? Oh, I'm sorry. Why hasn't the Parks and Rec Commission been part of this process? I mean, isn't that why we appoint them, to advise us about Parks and Rec?
Can I
Sure.
offer an opinion on that? I
Sure.
didn't know in my opinion, I think what we're doing here is a framework for parks, to try to establish a framework for parks, with the ad hoc committee, for Parks and Recreation to operate within, in order to, their job, we asked them to look at programming possibilities, but we need to first establish a framework for them to do that within. And that right now there is nothing. This is a broad framework that allows that. So to me, that's the distinction. There's nothing for the Park and Recreation to operate within in terms of applying their expertise and their knowledge, unless there's an overall framework for that to operate within. So that's why I think that's what this is. It's just a broad framework. And I think what's really important, and just as a question, is to clarify, my understanding is the payment to drop the gate fees means that anybody can come to the park without, in the whole valley, or the city, et cetera, our entire area of interest, use the dog park, hang out with their family on the weekend, et cetera, without having to pay an entry fee.
Yes, that's our intent. That's what we would expect as we work on the formalizing of the agreement.
But if we do approve the proposal, we would approve it without having gone through the Parks and Rec Commission, correct?
The council could approve the proposal without going through the Parks and Rec Commission, or it could be directed to the Parks and Rec Commission.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have another question.
Okay.
So I support what Councilmember Bill Wyrick just stated, that, that we move forward, it's a framework, and then involve the Park and Rec Commission, so there's no further delays, because this is so wonderful. It's a golden opportunity. Let's seize it. Let's seize the moment. But the issues that, I think most people will be very happy to hear this news, and then I want to have a separate conversation about the transportation issues that are going to come up. And I'm more acutely aware of them because now one of my granddaughters goes to Fire Stick Pottery. And if you want to have your life in your hands, try to park and get back on Ojai Avenue. So my hope is that we not only will be successful in extending the bike trail, but that we can get the trolley going to Soul Park, show that there's demand. And all of the other things that we want to do. Maybe there's a way to legally, I know it's a state highway, but maybe there's ways to calm the traffic over that bridge and things like that. So that's for the future.
We're still on questions, so we'll get
Oh,
discussions
sorry.
later.
I just got carried away. I'm so
Okay,
excited.
does anyone have any other questions? Okay, we will move on to public comment. So first we have Alan Greenberg, then Brenda Kraut, and then Tim Kraut.
Thank you. I'm Alan Greenberg, a citizen of Ojai. A little history for you. There are 4 courts that was shown on the picture. 3 of them are paddle tennis courts, not paddle ball courts. The 4th court is a pickleball court. And during the past several years, several pickleball players have come on to the paddle tennis courts, despite the signage, and they've modified the lines, painted lines that are different, because the two sports use a court that's almost identical in size. Not exactly, but to the naked eye, you can't tell the difference. And the difference is inside the court, the way the lines are put is different for both of them. But when we play paddle tennis, if someone wants to play pickleball on another court and nobody wants it, go ahead and do it. We don't say, wait a minute, you can't play here. But the history is that about 12 years ago, 2 couples, Larry and Heidi Rhodes, and Leslie and Philippe Gosh got together and decided they wanted to convert the 2 tennis courts that were there. They went to the county and spent a year and a half getting approval. The county gave them approval to do it and gave them 0 money. So these 2 couples, along with my wife and I, once we heard about the whole program, put up the money and raise some money from Good Samaritans, and we had to repave the courts. We had to take out the tennis posts, put in the smaller paddle tennis posts and the nets, and restripe everything. And so all the money was spent privately, not by the county. So the main reason I'm here is to let you know that we are hoping that those courts remain as paddle tennis courts. There are no other paddle tennis courts in the entire valley at all. And the remnants of that original group is still there. I played with Larry Rhodes the other day at the courts. So I just want you to be aware of that. And I'm hoping that that is protected. There was some indication in the newspaper that those courts were going to be converted to pickleball. A couple of things in here. Like I said, there are not paddle ball courts. A paddle ball is an indoor sport that's played in a big enclosed room with a high ceiling, just like handball. I don't understand the fees arrangement. I'm hoping and assuming we wouldn't have to pay fees to play there like we always do. I don't understand what the fees mean. Is this, who's to pay the fees? Are the fees per person, per court? I mean, it's not clear what the fee structure indicates. I think it has to be made more clear.
Yeah, and I can respond to that real quick as I know you're running out of time.
I'm in favor of the whole plan. I think it would be better if the county put some money in with it. They can well more afford it than the city of Ojai can. So for us to pay the whole 50-some thousand, and to me it doesn't make sense, because everyone in the county could come there and use it and take advantage of the no gate fee. So thank you for your attention.
And just
Thank you, Alan.
to clarify, in case there is confusion, the fees would be if the city was going to rent facilities for its own rec programming. So there's no fees proposed for individual users.
If we program it,
Next.
if we program it.
The fees would be for the city to rent those facilities from the county.
For our park and
For
rec programming.
Our parks and recreation.
That's not an individual charge.
Next, we have Brenda Kraut, then Tim Kraut, and then Greg Doss. I think.
Council, Mayor, and staff, I want to commend the council for pursuing additional recreation facilities for Valley residents. Maximizing the use of underutilized public properties is a very good thing, and I would hope the council would extend this mindset to the underutilized courts at Libby Park. Public facilities owned and maintained with public funds should be utilized to their fullest for the benefit of the majority of the public, not for a minor sector of the public. Converting a couple of the courts at Libby to multi-use courts with blended lines for pickleball would not cost the city anything and would open Libby Park up to being utilized by a broader group of the public instead of the select few that utilize it at this point. So I really wish you luck in working with the county on this agreement. I think it'd be a good thing for the city's park and rec department, but we need more courts now. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Next, we have Tim Kraut, then Greg Doss, and then Gavel Childress. It's hard to read.
Gail, just the artist.
Gail, okay. There you go.
Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor, staff. I'm glad that the council is looking into agreement with the county to benefit recreation opportunities in Ojai. I do hope that the council will remember that you already have full control of public parks within the city and would be able to immediately expand recreational activities for a large segment of the public by converting a couple of underutilized courts at Libby Park into multiple use courts. Having more pickleball courts would provide the rec department the opportunity to offer youth and adult pickleball programs now. Increased recreational opportunities for Valley residents is a positive thing. We need this especially for our youth in the Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Next, we have Greg Doss, then Gail Childress, and then Leslie Rule.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for your time.
I'm Greg Doss. I play pickleball, I play tennis, I play whatever I can. I'm a multi-sport enthusiast. I'm really excited about Soul Park. I also ride a bike. So really excited about the possibility of extending the bike trail all the way to Soul Park. Seems like a no-brainer. I understand people do not want their paddle tennis courts taken. I know that tennis players don't want Libby Park taken for pickleball, right? So it just seems like a no-brainer. And I, for one, as part of the pickleball community, as part of I consider myself part of the tennis community, we want to work with the city, with the county, whatever it takes to make as much recreation as we can possibly get. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Greg. Next, Gail Childress, and then Leslie Rule.
Thank you. I wasn't prepared to talk, but I really feel passionate about the pickleball thing. I would really like to see Libby Park. You can go and play tennis anytime you want without a fee. You just go and you can play. And that's when I was a tennis player. Now I'm a pickleball player, and I want the same freedom and the same no fees. Just go to Libby Park. It's the middle of town. And 2 courts is all we could ask for. I mean, I think you could, I'm not sure, Tim, how many courts could we make out of 2 tennis courts? 8. We could make 8 courts out of 2 tennis courts. The lower courts, it's perfect. I'm afraid that if you decide on the county and the recreation department having fees and fees to use the tennis court, I'm opposed to that. But I really like the idea of the bike trail going to this county park and even further, all the way up to Bocali, so I could ride my bike safely on Ojai Avenue into town. But right now, we need more courts, and also we need more time at our one and only court that we have here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Gail. Next, we have Leslie Rule.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank Souza for advocating for more biking paths to Seoul. I think that the development of Seoul has great potential, and I look forward to seeing it as it develops. Really, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Next, we have Dale Hansen.
I'm really happy to hear about the Soul Park arrangement, and thank you, Bill, for working so long and hard on it. What I would hope is that if you consider the lower tennis courts, that you consider the people who live there that hear the noise that these people over here hear with this noise and the terrible aggravation it is to the folks who live there. And I just hope that we get Soul Park going and we close this down, and I hope you do not extend it into Libby Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dale. Any speakers online?
If there's anyone in the Zoom queue who would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand function now. And there's 2 people. The first is Bill Miley. I'll bring him in. Mr. Miley, if you would please unmute yourself, you can go ahead and speak. Mr. Miley, if you're there, if you could unmute yourself. I'll come back to him. And, okay. And next we have Kat Schmidt. I'll go ahead and bring her in. Kat Schmidt, if you're there, okay, you've unmuted yourself. You can go ahead and speak.
Hi, thank you. This is Katrina Schmidt, and I agree with Dale Hansen. Very excited that the city is potentially going into this agreement with the county. What a wonderful idea to expand pickleball there. Some friends and I were very excited to hear about this, and we think that we can get a group of people who would help support even the funding of this. Have a party out there, have a pickleball paradise party, and help, fundraise to get these pickleball courts out at Soul Park, and put an end to the idea of pickleball going to Libby Park. It is in the middle of town, yes, and that's exactly why you don't want pickleball there at Libby Park, because it's in the center of town. It is loud, and if you look on an aerial map, you will see that the Libby Park courts are just on the other side of the houses that the City Hall court is, basically equidistant. And so the noise is still going to be an issue at Libby. Plus, they're beautiful courts. They're well used by the tennis players. And it would be great to have a pickleball paradise close to town. Soul Park is very close to town. And the idea of extending the bike trail is wonderful. I think this is such a great program, or a great framework for having this type of programming. So I applaud Councilmember Wyrick's efforts on this, and I fully support that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katrina. All right, that's it, Gail?
No, we have Mr. Miley again, but there's another hand has gone up. This is just 3 initials, JQP, and I'll bring this person in. JQP, if you could please unmute yourself, you can go ahead and speak.
Hi, thanks for staying late. I won't take much of your time. I was just listening about the fees for the Soul Park. If you remove them completely, you might see a huge inundation of not just out-of-towners, but potential abusers of the free space. I don't want to go into detail on the scenarios, but I can see quite a few already, and some that may even threaten the family, children unattended. The idea of having an annual reduced rate, kind of a membership that supports year-round needs for the park, I think is a great idea. Maybe even one that gives a heavier discount for the locals, but one that, does help to finance. And then as well, maybe the idea that, what was the other idea? Well, I'll just leave it with that. I just think that there's a potential for abuse with a space that's so big. I think just there may be a huge traffic increase for the neighbors. That's the other thought I had. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, JQP.
And Mr. Miley,
Okay.
I will try him one more time.
Thank you.
Mr. Miley, if you're there, if you would please unmute yourself and you can go ahead and speak.
I have done that. Thank you. Okay, hello. I've looked over the administrative report from the Park and Recreation Department. The site map was wrong, obviously. It was Sarasota. Have you changed that? Okay. 1, it's very worthy our city is getting close to a contract with the county on recreational use. 2, the statement for county management of areas 1 and 6, when I read the report, including paddleball, seems to limit the city options for creating new pickleball courts. It seems ambiguous. What does that report mean? It's very confusing. 3, there is nothing stated about capital expenditures for such as new pickleball courts, which has been a major reason for adding Soul Park for added recreation. 4, county expenditures on the Ojai Trail is mentioned. Nothing is said about the extension of the Ojai Trail to Soul Park. This was a key part of creating options for accessing our new recreational activities. This needs to be added. 5, there's a section on cost for court use per hour and per day. What's that mean? Just how does that fit into the desire of the city to make a pickleball play a key part of this new recreation area? 6, my understanding of Libby Park tennis courts is they are free to play on, if not reserved. And when you have to use lighting, use a coin meter. So what's next? To create enough permanent pickleball courts should be a top priority, at least enough for 32 players, shade and lights. Also, all pickleball players' use of Soul Parks should continue without a day charge, similar to Libby Bowl court use. I want to talk a little bit about Park and Recreation Commission. First of all, Pickleball is a very noisy sport for anyone within 400 to 500 feet. It doesn't fit tennis courts at all. It's a continuous intrusion, it's a repetitive sound. I've gone to all the recent Park and Recreation Commission meetings. When you recommended they do this, it was in February. You still haven't gotten around to doing it in almost October. Very slow. That's, I guess, about it. Their ad hoc committee did recommend not to sound test Soul Park because they didn't want to spend city money on county property. But the Pickleball Association, as I see it, they don't want to go to Soul Park. And it turns out that one member of the ad hoc committee is the treasurer of the Pickleball Association. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next we have Bob McFall.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of council. Certainly appreciate the time you're dealing with these issues. And I know this evening was not intended and shouldn't have turned into a referendum on the virtues or non-virtues of pickleball. I applaud and I so appreciate that the city is taking a look at expanding public services. As a former Parks and Recreation Director and City Manager, that's exactly what our obligation is. In this valley, we should be looking to maximize all the recreation facilities and other facilities to make them available to the community. In saying that, though, unfortunately this evening, part of this evening has turned into what seems to be a referendum on pickleball. And I know that the council is not here to make a decision about pickleball, but is looking at different options for a whole variety of opportunities. I would just like to express that I think the Parks and Recreation Commission has been doing an admirable job of really digging into the issue of pickleball. There's no conclusions that have been met, and I'm confident the council isn't reaching any conclusions to it. But the ultimate solution with pickleball could be a whole variety of different locations, whether it be Libby Park, the existing very beautiful facilities that are here that the city is spending money on to do a sound study on. Let's let the process take place, outcomes happen, and then make conclusions that are in the best overall interest of the community. That would be my desire, and I think that's exactly the track the council is on, just based on looking at the potential agreement with the county right now for expansion and expanded use of the facilities. Very much appreciate your time and consideration in this.
Thank you, Bob. All right, that's it, Gail? All right, let's move on to discussion.
First of all, I want everybody to understand that Councilman Haney and myself were partners in this, put a lot of time into it, so I want to make
Well, it all depends what side of the ball of the court you're on.
Yeah, well, it's a framework. It's a framework to give us options. I think all this discussion of what should be done with the framework shouldn't defeat getting the framework in place. And I really feel like we're talking about so much more than pickleball. We're talking about, open up new leagues for ball fields. Again, if there's an issue with too much use, well, this is the beauty of this is how amenable it is. It's not locking anybody in. It's a beginning framework where, yes, it could be more of this or it could be more of that, but this was the beginning framework that we could get with county to get going with. And I just think it's important to look at it that way. Another option for resources for Park and Recreation to look at, and I just really think we ought to approve it tonight.
Well, I'll just talk to the fact that I've been here 28 years, and one of the reasons I don't go to Soul Park is I don't want to pay to enter a park that's in my community. And I hear that from almost everyone I talk to regarding this facility. 28 years here, and one of the reasons I don't go to that facility is I'm not going to pay $2 or $5. And the majority of the people that I talk to don't want to pay $2 or $5 either. They resent the fact that they have to pay for a facility that's in their backyard. So, we went back and forth on the fee structures. We came up, we think this is the best deal. It's for a year. We evaluate it, we see what the win is, we see if the recreation department can program it properly. You know, the girls softball program has died in this community because they don't have a facility to use. The last time it was in play was at San Antonio, and I don't know if any of you have ever walked those fields, but I wouldn't let my children play on those fields. So we got a good thing here. Let's see what happens. And one of the good things about it, that Councilman Wyrick said, is, you know, we can look at the equestrian center. Do we feel like that we want to offer that in a program, and then we can come back and negotiate that? Regarding pickleball, I just think we need to be clear on that I personally don't ever see this court being closed down, ever. There's just been too much money, too much sweat, equity put into it. It may be reduced in how many people use it based on other facilities opening up in our community, but this is a beautiful court, and in fact, pickleball is being branded in this community based on that court. All the articles that I've read regarding pickleball and tennis, they're saying they're synergistic. They're saying that you can have a great tennis town and a great pickleball town. We just need to figure out how to work together if we're going to do that, to do it. But I think part of the recreation department's job is going to be look at the site, evaluate the same parking lot that we looked at, look at some monetary values and how we could actually do something there, if we choose to do something there. But we're a long way off on doing any type of a pickleball court there.
Now, wait a minute.
Not necessarily.
Why would you say that?
Not necessarily.
Let's bring it back through the chair. Ryan?
I mean, I don't know. I grew up using Slow Park a whole bunch. It was never an issue. I'm a little confused. I mean, there's part of it that's a little strange to me that we'd spend $58,000 of the city's money to subsidize everybody on the planet to use Soul Park. And we could build 2+ pickleball courts with that money. We're not building any. This isn't going to add any pickleball. This is the only thing this deal does, other than give us some access, which I don't really know that was it just seems kind of strange that we're subsidizing all the use, whatever it potentially is, for the park, and not really doing anything. If it's about pickleball, this spends $58,000 that won't go towards pickleball. It gives us an option to put it somewhere, but we got plenty of property. We could build 2 pickleball courts. Maybe put 2 at Sarzati if we wanted. So I don't know, that part seems a little weird to me. I mean, it does. We don't have any statistics on the usage. We don't know how many people from the city would use it. I'm not sure if the county's still running it, whether they're collecting money anyway for the big events that are there. Are those now free still as well? Because there's a lot of large events that are there. I'm all for opening up rec space, but this is a lot of money that's not going to go towards recreation. It's going to go towards making sure anybody who wants to go to the park can go there for free.
Well, I agree with you, Ryan. It does seem like a lot of money, and it's also the questions that you asked would be answered by the Parks and Rec Commission. So it's odd that this has not been in front of them yet, because that's their specialty and they're volunteers. And out of respect to them, because I know they've done a lot of research about this, it seems as if they should have weighed in at this point. So I'd be interested in having them weigh in on this. I think it's great, though, potentially. The potential out in Soul Park is amazing, with the equestrian center and the dog park and the fields and pickleball and, I mean, all the opportunities at recreation. I do think, though, in terms of good governance, I would like to know what the Parks and Rec Commission thinks about this at this point.
Yeah, I think to answer the comments by the two of you, think about if we set up programming for the softball, for the, to be able to launch that again. Think about, we set up the programming. Luis does a good job setting up that programming. We still have to, when people come to play in the leagues, they still have to pay an entrance fee. It doesn't work. It doesn't work in terms of trying to expand the recreational opportunities, providing a framework. I disagree that the commission should decide on a framework. They should decide, they should be weighing in on how. It'd be like saying, you know, whether we're going to provide a resource or not for Park and Rec to work with. And with that all, I mean, I think it's just time to make a decision here. I think this is a great opportunity for expanded recreational opportunities in so many ways and so many possibilities. It's very amenable and not locking us in to anything long-term. And so I'm going to make a motion and see where it goes to approve the proposal for the partnership as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? Do we need a roll call? We don't need a roll call?
It involves money, we
Okay,
should
yes,
roll
we-
call.
Yes, you're right. Okay, roll call, please, Gail?
Councilmember Francina?
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz?
I gotta say no.
Mayor Pro Tem Haney?
Yes.
Mayor Sticks?
I'm going to abstain because I really want the Parks and Rec Department, Commission to weigh in on this.
Councilmember Wyrick?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we will move on to item number 5, the Winter City Council meeting schedule.
Mayor, can I just quickly?
It's way after 10:30.
Yeah, I'll note two things. One is just as a reminder for everybody, so that was approving the proposal, so it will take some time to now work with the county and get that locked in, so just so people don't run to the
Comes
park.
back.
People don't run to the park tomorrow thinking it's free, it's gonna take some time. And then a second.
Did you see the,
Okay, because it is after 10:30,
you didn't see
we'd recommend continuing the last
another
item
bite
to next
lane.
meeting.
Okay, we will continue this, so we're going to adjourn tonight. Thank you very much, and
right next to
we're adjourned.
the golf course that runs all the way over there?